Part 1, Chapter 1 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker. Part 1, Chapter 1. Kurt Gray was 13 years old, but as he sat in the broad chair, pulled close to the square front window, he seemed still a little boy. Partly it was the light, partly it was the way in which one thin leg was tucked under him, and his chin dug into his fist. Folded together over his book, he seemed smaller than he was. It was early March. Patches of graying snow thatched the earth outside, and a gray sky, tarnished with gold from a sun gone down behind the grove of oaks opposite, gave to the light a pale, cold, honey-colored translucence that was thin and clear and yet liquid and winy. The room was in deep shadow, and the boy, his head bent almost to the pages of the book, strained his eyes over it with such a silent intentness that he seemed grown to the heavy chair and to the dim, aqueous atmosphere of the room. The faint sounds of rattling dishes and his mother's step in the kitchen could not break through into his consciousness. Now Heracles, he read, though his warriors were ready and urging him to be off on the long-awaited quest for the fleece, refused to set sail until Hylas was found. For Hylas, famed among all the youths of the country for his beauty, was the hero's favorite. In spite of the impatient grumblings of the princes and of the warriors, Heracles sought his young friend. Through field and woodland he went calling aloud, "Hylas, Hylas!" But Hylas was nowhere to be found. "Kurt!" It was his mother. He started as she entered the room behind him, thrusting the book between his thigh and the oaken arm of the chair in vain attempt at concealment. "Reading again, and in this light. Don't you know you'll ruin your eyes? If you must read, do put on the light." "I was just—" he began, justifying himself. "I was just— Oh, it's all right. Run now and get me a pail of water like a good boy. Your dad will be home for supper before we know it. Hike!" She gave him a good-natured shove as he shuffled through the door, rubbing his eyes. Kurt Gray had reached the age of 13, in a state of unusual seriousness, unusual loneliness, and unusual innocence. He had no brothers or sisters, and his parents were already in middle age. They worshipped him, yet he escaped somehow, being the proverbial spoiled child. A certain pliability which made him popular with the older people he was thrown with, a pliability which was partially a lack of self-assertiveness and partially a shrinking from disagreement, was in reality his greatest fault. This pliability came from his father, a mild, good-humored man who had set out to be a lawyer, and who, because of the same gentleness which prevented his pushing and elbowing his way through the rough-and-tumble competition of the 90s, had ended by becoming a furniture dealer in Barton, Michigan, a town only a few miles from the farm on which he was born. Kurt liked his father, and Elmer Gray had for his son the sort of devotion that borders on the religious, since it contains an admixture of fear. Not that he was afraid of Kurt, it was not that, but there was, even when the boy was very young, an unaccountable feeling on the part of the father that in this small body and brain there was a latent superiority, a tenuous spirituality of some sort which he could never have analyzed or understood, but which, when the two were alone together, as they were so infrequently, made the man slightly reticent, slightly and inexplicably fearful that he would not please the boy, and his son would be ashamed of him. It was a feeling Kurt certainly did not share, consciously at least, but it created between them a wall not to be penetrated. From his mother, Kurt got, in multiplied measure, the love of beauty and the sensitiveness that set him apart from his companions. So apart that sometimes he wished himself violently otherwise. Mrs. Gray loved her son better than anything else in life. She had been married 10 years when he was born. He came at a time when life in the little town was beginning to set her on edge. She had never fitted in very well. There was something of the aristocrat in her that made the women of the town regard her enviously as a snob, or defensively as a truly superior being. She had come to Barton with her husband after 2 years of married life. She had been something of a beauty, slender, with blue eyes, pale brown hair, soft and fine, and a clear, cool skin. She had never had much of an education, but her mind was alert and objective, the sort of mind that was quick to see the shallowness and dullness of the life about her, and although it had never known anything much brighter or deeper, to be contemptuous of it. She had had her dreams. As a girl, her passion for color and the feel of things, coupled with a modest talent, had led her to drawing. She had sketched, she had done a few promising watercolors, she had longed vaguely to improve herself, but not known how. The people in the town where she lived thought her talented and flighty. Flighty particularly when she had proposed going off alone to Boston to study art. Her father was not rich, a harness maker with his own shop and 3 other daughters to support, so she had not gone. She had put away her dreams with her brushes. She had married Elmer Gray because she loved him. She had seen that he was good and kind. She was now seeing that he was ineffectual, and she was beginning to envision herself doomed to the drab life that her neighbors lived. She saw life stretching ahead of her like a gray and barren prairie, with a rebelliousness that, kept so vigorously in check, made her unhappy and discontent. Her unquestioned leadership in the meager social life of Barton appeared to her a petty and unsatisfactory compromise. Then Kurt had come, and she knew that in him, if ever, her dreams must flower and bear fruit. So she had been glad that he was nice-looking. She had been glad that his eyes were brown, like Elmer's, that his hair was soft like her own, that his skin was smooth and white, that he was straight and without blemish. She had nursed him jealously through illnesses, when her lips constricted with fright for the fragility of his little life. She had seen to it that he was well-mannered, clean, that he knew his letters and his Bible stories, and that he went to school as soon as he was old enough. And how proud she had been when he did the work of 2 grades in 1 year, and when he brought home his monthly report cards with the high grades that seemed to give him so little trouble. She was not unequivocally pleased with him, however. As he grew older, as he started going to school, she noticed in him more and more the pliability that she felt was her husband's greatest stumbling block. It frightened her. Was her dream, that promised so richly, to be frustrated by the softness that Kurt displayed? It frightened her because she did not know how to combat it. She had never known how, in Elmer's case. To him she had talked until she realized it did no good, urging him to be less lenient, to be more belligerent in his business dealings. She had wheedled, she had scolded, she had even at times dared to be flamingly contemptuous, and had invariably regretted it when she saw how it hurt him. So, when Kurt would come home, as he too often did, white-faced and trembling, to stand silently by the big front window, looking off to the river and the ragged line of oaks over which the stacks of the paper mills rose, when she would put her arms around his narrow shoulders, when she would kiss his cheek and he would shake her off, ashamed that she should see his racking bitterness, when at last, hesitantly, perhaps in a flood of tears, he would admit that the boys at school had teased him about his fair skin. "Where'd you buy your paint, sissy? Sissy, sissy." When, with body shaking and hands clenched, eyes strangely dark in his white face, he would sob, "Why, Mom? Why can't they leave me alone?" When she would see him starting nervously to school a full half-hour early to avoid the boys congregating around the door, she was worried and frightened. She and Elmer talked it over together. They tried in every way they knew to interest him in things other boys of his age liked. They bought him a cowboy suit, a football, baseball mitts, boxing gloves. He was always grateful, but never enthusiastic. He would start bravely out with his new possession, becoming, for a splendid moment, the hero of the neighborhood boys, because his football, or his catcher's mitt, would be the best that Elmer Gray could buy. He would play for a while, a little clumsily always, it seemed to his mother, a little afraid that some awkwardness of his would bring down upon him the terrible barbaric scorn of his playmates. and soon he would be out of the game, his ball flying goldenly up and down the playground, and he, more than likely, headed for the big chair in the front window with a storybook. It always ended so. The closet of his bedroom became a storehouse of little-used sporting things, which would lie there until his parents sadly agreed that Kurt doesn't seem much to care for it, and the ball or the gloves or the racket would be given away. Kurt's father never attempted to talk to the boy about it. He gave ball bats and skates unquestioningly, eagerly even, as gifts which at Kurt's age would have delighted him beyond measure, and he was puzzled and hurt when they had to be given to other boys. Why should his son be different? Why, he was like a girl. But his contempt, if it ever deserved so strong a name, never found expression. When his wife would appeal to him to talk to Kurt, he would always put her off. "Oh, I can't talk to him, Abby. You can do it better. He's more like you somehow." And Abby Gray knew that he was right. But she knew too that he was like Elmer in the very particular that most endangered the fulfillment of her dream. In the boy it was taking a different form, that was all. So she had talked. "Why didn't you stand up to him?" she asked one winter day when he had come home pale and silent, trying vainly to hide the fact that he had been running. Kurt was silent for a time, ashamed, but at last came the familiar details. "Why didn't you stand up to him?" she asked. "You're nearly as big as he is. He's just a bully and a coward. If you'd show him, just once, that you weren't afraid of him, he'd leave you alone." And to herself she thought, "What little animals boys can be." You mean I ought to have fought him?" Kurt's tone was incredulous. "Yes, Kurt, even that if you have to stand up for your rights." And he had walked away, pressed his nose against the pane of the window, and stood until the steam of his breath against the cold pallor of the winter afternoon made a halo around his brown head. And she sighed, knowing she had not succeeded. She tried that particular method of procedure times innumerable, realizing painfully on each occasion its inadequacy, its utter uselessness. Her urging had no effect. Then, gradually, almost without her realizing it, a new note was heard in these little conferences, a note that was to become more and more insistent until it dominated her son in a way which was quite beyond her comprehension, and which, could she have foreseen it, she would have feared as much and shunned as fiercely as the existing softness she sought to destroy. It was the anarchic note of pride in difference. Perhaps she felt in her quickly sympathetic way that, it being impossible to change him, to make him more like his fellows, a thing she desired only for his own happiness, only to the extent that life might be for him less painful, she might at least instill in him a sense of superiority to his persecutors. Most of all, she wanted to comfort him, for she knew that he suffered bravely, for his silence in her presence at these crucial times was the silence of shame that she, his mother, should see his weakness. How many times his concealment was successful, she could not know. "Why do you mind so, Kurt?" she asked him one day. "Those boys are—" and she shrugged her slim shoulders in a way Kurt adored. "What do they amount to, anyway? You can do lots of things they can't. You're smarter. You're— how should she say it? You're different. Be different. Be a leader. If they see that you don't care, they'll quit bothering you. Laugh at 'em. I'd fix 'em." And with dancing eyes, she strutted across the room like a triumphant bantam. He had to laugh then. "Oh, Mom," was all he said. But she thought she saw in his eyes a look that she had not seen before, and the look gave her courage. She hoped she had found the means of combating what she feared. There was no instantaneous change, she soon found. Kurt still continued to spend miserable minutes with his schoolmates, and miserable hours of mental anguish when he was alone. The stark and secret suffering of children, stark because the fund of experience and knowledge to combat it, to buoy them up and finally to console them, is so scant, and secret because shame has poisoned them too soon. The unintentioned cruelty of adult laughter, with which parents so often intensify the child's suffering, Kurt did not have to endure. Though he still suffered passionately, this new idea, the idea of pride in difference, seemed to offer him some consolation, however slight, and his mother played upon it at every opportunity. There was in his life one other overpowering fear, the fear of the dark. It was quite as terrible as the other, but since it came less frequently, and since, when he was very young, he had learned that his father was scornfully intolerant of it, he managed to keep it almost entirely to himself. The fear took a peculiar form. It was not a fear of the unseen, of ghosts, of possible hidden presences in the dark. It was fear of blindness. When he was perhaps 8 years old, he had read a story in a collection of mystery tales his father had got from the library that grooved itself into his mind. It was the story of a surgeon who revenged himself on an enemy by pretending to blind him during an operation, and for a day and a night, by keeping his victim's chamber in utter darkness, had kept up the deceit with diabolical cleverness. The agony of the victim, the horror of the deed, the atmosphere of terror that sheathed it, had insinuated themselves into Kurt's brain more thoroughly than he knew. His bedroom was ordinarily fairly light at night. The Greys' house, a large frame affair which they had proudly built in the late 90s when Elmer first came to Barton, stood next but one to the corner, and Kurt's room, which projected out over the circular front porch, had 2 large windows facing on the street, so the arc light from the corner came flickering, pale violet, through the curtains, patterning the wall at the foot of his bed with luminous traceries. In the winter, when the snow covered the ground in the projecting rim of the porch roof, his room was flooded with a dim, purpled grayness. As the buds on the soft maple in the corner began to swell and burst in the spring, and as the thick leaves came forth, the room grew darker. But even in mid-July, the leafy twinklings, though less diffused, still made a welcome light before his eyes. And so long as there was the slightest gleam of light for his eyes to fasten on, he was not afraid. But nights would come, now and then, when the light on the corner would be out. It was a nightly courtesy of Kurt's, as soon as supper was over, to run to the front porch and bring in the evening paper for his father. If he saw that night had fallen and the light was out, his whole evening would be clouded by nervous dread. His parents would read the papers, his father would drowse in his chair, his mother would take up a basket of mending, while he, trying to absorb himself in a book, would punctuate his reading with restless trips to the front window to see whether the light might have come on. He would try, on such occasions, to postpone bedtime by a game of checkers with his father, or by coaxing his mother to read a story. When the time inevitably came, he would linger over his good nights and at last crawl reluctantly into bed while darkness rolled in upon him in terrifying waves. Wide-eyed, he would stare at the opaqueness that should be the window, and not until he could detect some faint glow of star or some doubtful suggestion of darkness not quite complete would he dare to shut his eyes. Even then he would open them again and again to make sure that the teasing half-dark was still visible, until the intervals became longer and at last he would fall asleep. His greatest fear was that sometime he would awaken and find only impenetrable blackness. When he was 9 years old, soon after the closing of school in June, he was invited with his parents to spend a weekend at a cottage which some friends had bought at a nearby lake. It was on the first night of his visit that the thing he had always dreaded and yet expected happened. The grown-ups occupied the 2 bedrooms upstairs, and Kurt, to his delight, was settled in the living room on the sofa. Although the night was quite warm, there had been a fire in the grate, and as the shuffling feet upstairs were silenced, and as the yellow oblong of light where the wooden stairs went slanting through the ceiling flashed once or twice and disappeared, it was very pleasant to lie there on his side, watching the fire ribbons dance and waver and send long shadows, seeking, finding, receding, across the painted floor and up the red log walls. There were such things to be seen in a fire: glowing cones of orange red, with licking tongues of lavender, and brass running greedily about them. He fell asleep while the fire danced and the shadows chased across the bed. He awoke, suddenly, dazedly, into such a blackness as he had never imagined. It seemed to have density and weight, to be pressing in upon him. He sat up, stifling a frightened cry. Rigid, he remained there, held in the vice of his fright, staring into it and confronted by nothing, not a gleam, not a spark. The fire had gone out, leaving no ember. The window, where was the window? He leaned over, peering, his arms stretching towards it, his fingers clutching, his whole body yearning towards the light that was not there. He could not see the window, though he felt the pain beneath his fingers. Outside there was the faint hushing murmur of pine branches, and the soft slap of water against the wooden rowboat drawn up to the shore. But no light. Nervously he threw back the covers and felt his way around the foot of the couch. He pressed his face once more against the cold pane, but he could see nothing. Was he really blind? Was all light swallowed up forever? He felt along the wall, slowly, slowly, until quite by chance his groping fingers came upon the button of the electric light. He turned it with happy expectancy. There was the familiar click, but the room remained as dark as before. He moaned a little then. Was he really blind? Was light there, yellow in that small bulb somewhere in the midst of this void, and he unable to see it? The idea sent him, frozen with fear, stumbling back to his bed. It seemed a long way. It was as if some sinister thing had pushed the walls of the room away to an infinite distance, and had poured into the space all the darkness of the world. How long he sat there, shivering and afraid, he did not know. But finally, hours and hours later, it seemed, the window square began to gleam faintly, almost imperceptibly. It became more and more clearly visible, and soon he could see the sweeping branch of the dark cypress outside. He was not blind. Something must have happened to the lights. He was cold and tired. When he next awoke, his mother was pinching his ear, and sunshine was warm upon his face. Later in the same summer, he spent a month at a popular resort on Lake Michigan with his mother and an aunt from Chicago, who had taken a cottage there for the season. His worry about sleeping in a strange place, where the frightening experience of June might be repeated, was soon dissipated, for his room at the beach was as light as the one at home. The days he revelled in. The dunes rose steeply at the back of the cottage with their endless waves of white sand. The paths twisted and climbed through the stunted, sprawling pines, half buried in sand. Pines that could be climbed, and that gave view far out over the glittering blue lake, and that, if you sort of squinted your eyes, became very like the crow's nest of a sailing ship, such as the one Jim Hawkins had sailed on. He could imagine his tormentors, in gay pirate costumes, but none so gay as his, toppling one after the other into the sea after some particularly deadly encounter with his trusty blade. By himself he was contented all day. If they would only leave him alone, it could be the same at home. How he hated going back there and entering a new grade in school, with new boys to leer at him, to press him into corners, to finger him with dirty, boy-smelling hands, and to taunt him with his powder face and his inoffensiveness. He had acquired at the beach several brown middy blouses such as city children were wearing, and they became him exceedingly. He liked them, as he instinctively liked nice things. But when, on the return to Barton, his mother demanded that they be worn to school, he protested stormily. Nobody wears 'em. Girls wear white ones, but none of the boys wear 'em. They'll laugh at me. I won't do it." "Oh, yes, you will, dear. They're very nice. You know you like them yourself. Why, I couldn't get you to wear anything else at the Haven. And what else matters? Be different. Be a leader. If you wear them, the other boys will all want them. See if they don't. Start a style." Kurt knew they wouldn't, but he could do nothing but yield, foreboding in his heart to this absurd adult logic. And the result was quite as he expected. But Mrs. Gray this time would not give in, and the middies were worn, and the shame endured. It was the same again and again. His mother constantly combated Kurt's fear of doing anything that would bring down upon him the ridicule of the schoolboys with her newly acquired and somewhat roughly formulated philosophy of individuality. "Why do you want to be like the other boys, Kurt?" she would ask. "Everybody who amounts to anything is different. What about all these generals and great men you read about in school? Were they just like everyone else? You don't like the boys that tease you, do you? So why should you want to be like them? Would you like to be like Red Odell?" Red Odell, a beastly little bully, some 2 years Kurt's senior, had, she knew, taken a particularly inquisitorial delight in leading and directing his persecution. Kurt wished she wouldn't harp on it so, but he answered as she expected him to. Red had said things and done things that he would tell no one, things which, aside from the shame they inflicted, he felt to be nasty and repulsive. Those men, were they different, like me, when they were little too? The question surprised her. She was ignorant of Shelley's painful years of public school life, and of other parallels which a wider knowledge might have rallied to support her thesis. But she fabricated cheerfully. "Why, yes, I suppose they were. If they hadn't been, how could they be so fine after they grew up? If a man didn't have something fine and great in him when he was small, could he have it when he got big, Kurt? Don't you think you'd have liked David when he was a boy, or King Arthur, or Lincoln, better than Red Odell? Don't you think I would have liked them better for my boys than Red, just as I like you better? You will make a big man too some day." Kurt was quite sure he would have liked anyone better than Red, but he wasn't so certain that he would have liked Lincoln or King Arthur or David so very much. There was only one boy anyway that he really liked, the boy who lived next door. He was a few months older than Kurt, and 1 grade farther advanced in school. A slow, thoughtful boy, with a passion for making things and a tolerant disposition. He alone never laughed at Kurt. Often, indeed, he silenced the taunts of Kurt's tormentors with a blunt, "Aw, shut up, you! Leave him alone! He don't hurt you, does he? Why don't you pick on somebody your size?" Nob, where he had acquired the nickname, no one seemed to know. His real name was Arthur Bronson, never wanted thanks. He simply and quietly, when it seemed necessary, assumed a sort of guardianship over Kurt, which Kurt appreciated, and his mother as well, for she soon noticed that when Nob was about, Kurt was seldom molested. Playmates of his own age, beside Nob, were very few. There were a number of younger children in the neighborhood, all of whom adored Kurt. He was always willing to play with them, since they never laughed at him. With them he was always happy. His imagination was keen. He had read all the books he could find to read, particularly if they had in them an element of the miraculous. His copy of Grimm's fairy tales was so worn that it became at last a thick, unsightly bundle of dog-eared pages. But Kurt didn't mind, for if the story was broken off by a missing page or a torn cover, he knew how it ended anyway. His greatest delight, when he had a few of the younger children about him, was to enact a play, something he had read or something of his own invention. The plays were always romantic, as fairy tales are romantic, for Kurt loved to pretend being a prince, or, still better, a princess, for as prince or princess he could exercise, in an imaginative way, the suave and silken superiority that was so completely submerged in the everyday routine of life. The performances usually took place in the large upper floor of the barn behind the Bronson house. The barn was of the sort that preceded the garage in small towns throughout the Middle West. A fairly large rectangular building with a sliding door in front, which gave access to a room large enough to house a buggy and a small spring wagon. Behind this was the stable, and overhead, in the loft, a storage place for hay and bedding for the horse. Mr. Bronson, who was foreman of Barton's small furniture factory, though not a well-to-do man, was led by his absorbing bent for things mechanical to purchase the first automobile that was owned in Barton. The buggy, the old horse, the feed, the harness, all that pertained to the outmoded locomotion of the Bronson family, were sold. The stables were turned into a workshop, always redolent of fresh shavings and turpentine, for Bronson was eternally making something or helping his son to learn the tools, and the large loft was left empty, save for a few discarded pieces of furniture and boxes of cast-off clothes. There was a stained, cobweb-festooned window at the south end, and at the north, the front of the barn, a large square door, through which the hay was formerly hoisted. The place made, so Kurt thought, an ideal theatre, and no one seemed to mind. Nob took slight interest in it as a theatre, though as a fortress he had punctured the sides at intervals with a series of loopholes, and had converted the hay chute into a secret passage with a trapdoor at the top, nonchalantly concealed by a much frayed chenille rug. But, fortress or theatre, the two seldom conflicted, and if the circumstance ever arose that an invading army attacked Fort Bronson, as Nob modestly named it, they might remain in complete ignorance of the fact that they were interrupting a performance of that distinguished romantic actor, Kurt Gray, in the title role of Cinderella. For Kurt Gray and his entire company could be quickly, if not very quietly, spirited down the secret passage known only to them and to the intrepid General Bronson, and out through Shay's backyard to the side street. This arrangement pleased Kurt tremendously, for it permitted a shudderingly dramatic exit even when the play was ruined, and it pleased the General because his reputation as a man of sturdy and unwomanish tastes, a perfect Miles Standish of a man, remained uncontaminated. For the most part, however, Kurt's time when he was not in school was spent with a book, at the piano, picking out tunes and pieces his teacher knew nothing about, or with make-believe games in which toy towns and cut-out dolls, always with voluminous wardrobes, and miniature theatres held prominent places. His parents read little, save the daily papers and the few magazines that were always on the living-room table. Their library was small and nondescript. A few padded volumes of Tennyson and Longfellow and Will Carleton, a set of Marie Corelli, and odds and ends from no one knew where. They were glad to see that Kurt enjoyed books, and books they bought. But their buying was indiscriminate. Boys' books galore there were, for Mr. Gray favored these especially as being in some measure a substitute for the boy life his son evaded so carefully. Fairy stories, which Kurt liked best, and such fantasies as the Oz books, which found their way at Christmas time to the village drugstore. Kurt read them all, and read them again, and could not be persuaded to part with them. Baseball bats and boxing gloves he saw pass into the possession of other boys with complete indifference, but his books he treasured with a zeal that was almost miserly. He had all the algebra books that were procurable, and liked them, but his favorites among the cheaply printed, gloomily bound boys' books in his strange library were those in which the element of the unusual entered most strongly: trips to the moon, balloon flights over uncharted seas, explorations up unknown rivers, searches for hidden treasure and lost glories. These, and the fairy tales, which he never forsook, held the greatest fascination for him. Occasionally, when the members of the theatrical troupe of Fort Bronson were kept indoors by unsympathetic mothers, or scattered afield with shocking indifference to the demands of their art, when books palled a bit, and when playing the piano had become, by necessity, a boring matter of scales and finger exercises, Kurt took refuge in his father's store. Often after school, he would hurry home to leave his books, and from there hasten down the wide maple-shaded street, past squat wooden houses, and low narrow porches and spacious green yards to Main Street, which was even wider, and was bordered on either side for 2 blocks by 2- and 3-story buildings of brick and cement blocks, with here and there a low frame building of an earlier date. Kurt's father owned the store next to the central corner. It was of red brick and 2 stories high. Through the display windows at the front, with their slick gold letters, Elmer Gray, Furniture, the store, which was rather narrow, could be seen stretching back for a considerable distance. The entrance door was in the center, and from it a linoleum-covered aisle led back to a small latticed office between a heterogeneous assortment of golden oak furniture, squatty buffets with shining narrow mirrors, round dining tables with heavy pedestals, mission library tables, uncomfortable fat-looking chairs covered with stiff brown leather, and a glittering display of brass beds at the very end. At one side, a narrow stairway led up to the second floor, skirting a high wall. Its brown oatmeal paper was nearly concealed beneath framed pictures, brown prints of the Angelus, Hope, Sir Galahad, and the Age of Innocence, with here and there a hard flash of color in a varnished sunset, an ink-frozen waterfall, or a dish of waxy and unpalatable-looking fruit. Upstairs, there was a long room overlooking the street where rugs and linoleum were displayed. Some rugs were on the floor in a thick telescopic pile, with edges of blue and red and green and brown. Others, the nicer ones, hung from great sticks that could be swung, fan-like, to display their colors and texture. Most of the chairs were upstairs too, and many wooden beds. In one of the dim corners at the back, where the light came uncertainly in, through cracked and faded green window shades tacked over the 2 dust-covered windows, were piled the mattresses. It was here Kurt loved to go. Few customers came in, and upstairs he was nearly always alone. Splendid games of house and theater could be played. The swinging rugs made scenery enough, and a disused portiere made a very satisfactory costume. Then, after a play, or a romping pantomime on the cushiony pile of rugs, it was pleasantest of all to climb to the top of the pile of mattresses, to creep far back into the corner, and to pretend of hiding in an inaccessible cave, or just to lie still and not pretend at all. Sometimes the basement would attract him. Here, in front of 2 small dirty windows, which pierced through to the sidewalk above, was the long bench where Jeff, the man who helped his father in the store, did his picture framing, made price tags and signs. The little pots of colored ink, the brushes, the small drawers full of slender silver nails, the tools, the miter box, the rack of picture frame molding, bending in its rack at either end, with its own golden weight, furnished him with many hours of amusement. His life became more and more a life lived alone, a life which was turned in upon itself for sustenance and solace. Mrs. Gray was regretful, but she could see no remedy, and so it went on. His schoolwork, except arithmetic, which he despised, was easy for him, and with his father's help, even the problems of 7th and 8th grade arithmetic, those ridiculous metaphysical speculations so concerned with improbable objects in improbable combinations, were satisfactorily solved. He liked the schoolroom because there he was free from the fear of taunts. He could expand, for there his superiority was unquestioned. He never seemed to spend much time on his lessons, yet his recitations were always satisfactory. His teachers liked him because he caused them so little trouble, and because there was in his attitude a hint of respect, natural and unconscious on his part, and gratifying to them. He ordinarily liked his teachers. He had no reason to dislike them. The difficulty of the playground was by no means solved. It seemed less grave to his parents, not because it was in reality so, but because as he grew older, Kurt became more proficient in concealing from them the ignominious position he occupied in the eyes of the boys. He would not fight them. The only alternative was to be as stoical as he could, always for him a difficult task, and to hide as well as he was able the bitterness and shame he felt. His mother's counsel he had adopted as fully as he knew how. There was no use in bothering her now. She had done, he felt, all she could do. There was always the danger that she might go to the teacher, to the superintendent, or to some neighbor for satisfaction of some sort, and that would be intolerable. No, it was better to endure the taunts, though every one of them made him cringe, and make believe it didn't matter. he hated Red Odell with a cold malignancy that would have amazed any of those who knew him as a quiet, studious, and well-mannered boy. When a scourge of diphtheria killed Red during the winter of Kurt's last year in grammar school, he was glad. He knew it was wrong. His mother would have said so. Norton, his Sunday school teacher, would have said so, but would have talked about forgiving one's enemies. But he couldn't help it. He was glad, but no one knew. His life, the life that really mattered in his growth and development, became a secret one. And although at times he uncomfortably felt that this secrecy was untruthful and wicked, it was inevitable. End of Part 1, Chapter 1. Part 1, Chapter 2 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker. Part 1, Chapter 2. And so Kurt Gray reached the age of 13, one of the most difficult of his life, in a state of unusual loneliness, unusual seriousness, and unusual innocence. The seriousness and the loneliness were the natural results of his own peculiar temperament. The innocence was the natural result of the other two in combination. He had wondered about life as all boys do, but being cut off to such an extent from other boys by temperamental barriers not to be surmounted, his wonderings went for the most part unanswered. Babies. Where did they come from, anyway? They were deposited in houses in some supernatural way, to be sure. But the whole problem was tantalizing. Girls. What were they like? Boys. His own body was a queer thing. He had discovered when he was very young and very full of uncertainty that there was a strange intoxicating pleasure to be won from his body. Alone. It was a simple animal joy, probably wrong, but unutterably enticing. It was so wonderful, so lullingly pleasant to lie in the warm bath water, with the house sounds muffled and far away, and to yield to this newly discovered, this wantonly exotic ravishment of the senses. It was a warm, indolent delight that seemed to flood his body with a curious and subtle languor which increased and lulled and increased, singing in all his veins, until pleasure became almost pain unbearably sweet. And then, suddenly, it would end, leaving him incredibly tired and listless. He felt, though he had never been told, that what he did was wrong. It couldn't be right, such perfection of pleasure, and he never let himself succumb too frequently. The reaction was too enervating, too frightening. He was somewhat reassured when he learned that other boys knew the same delight. There had been a boy, Barry Van Cleet, 2 years younger than himself, who sometimes came over to join the players in the Bronson barn. Kurt liked him, and between them, for a while, a queer clandestine friendship sprang up. They had gone one afternoon on their bicycles out the main road leading through the town into the country. After some 2 miles of pedaling, they turned off into an inviting byroad, sandy and deserted, hid their bikes behind a straggling rail fence where a great billowing elderberry bush quite concealed them, and walked down a narrow grass-choked lane to a cemetery on the river bank, a cemetery long disused. Here and there, out of the tangle of glossy green myrtle and wild verbena, rose staggering white stones, weathered and stark, their inscriptions almost effaced. And beside one of them Kurt added to his store of knowledge. It began by dares, both eager, both hesitant. It ended in both of them, trembling with excitement, slipping with furtive bravado out of their clothes. They stood there in the warm sunshine, like 2 green figurines come suddenly to life in a place of forgetfulness and silence. There was animal joy then, sheer pleasure in the joy of nakedness, of the touch of flesh, of sun and wind on uncovered bodies. The sudden clatter of a cultivator in a nearby field, and the shout of the farmer as he turned his horses at the end of the furrow, sent them scuttling back into their clothes, a little fearful, a little ashamed, and back to their bicycles. There had been other experiences, 2 or 3. Barry had moved away to Chicago soon after this, but Kurt had seen enough to know that boy bodies were patterned like his own. Girls were more difficult. He had asked his parents one evening when they were looking at the paper after supper was over. The question had come, it seemed to them, apropos of nothing. "I don't believe girls are any different from boys," he said seriously, "only for their clothes." His father and mother had looked at one another and laughed. He had been ashamed, so ashamed that he determined never to ask again anything. They were different, then. Their laughter had given them away. He wondered about it, and tried to find out from the smaller boys he played with, those who had sisters. He even offered little Jane Dameron, whom he liked, a dime if she would. But she had been unaccountably angry and had run home, leaving him in terror lest she might tell what he had done. Later he had been ashamed, for a similar thing had happened to him, and he had not liked it. One sultry July night, he and Nob and a half-dozen smaller children had congregated on Nob's front porch to examine the most recent product of his ingenuity, a long-handled butterfly net. They had gone forth in a straggling, leaping band to the corner, and spent many frantic and noisy minutes in a vain endeavor to snare a bat that was swerving erratically about the street-light, sliding swiftly into the dark, and then as swiftly dipping back into the central pool of light, but always just evading the net. They had grown tired at last, and while they were lying on the cool grass in the gloom cast by the maple tree on the corner, wondering volubly about bats and stars and June bugs and moths and the click and flicker of the carbon lamp, Beany Gorton had appeared and begun organizing a game of hide-and-seek. Bounds were to be half the block, and Beany magnanimously offered to be it. He was not much bigger than Kurt, and in the same grade at school, although he was 2 years older. He had narrow blue eyes, and his hair, which was light, was clipped close to his head. Large ears protruded from a rather small head, which melted into his blue jersey by way of a soft-looking chin indented by a deep dimple. He was to count to 1,000 by tens. He planted himself against the tree trunk and began counting. There were scamperings and whispered warnings, and in a moment Beany was alone in the shadow of the great tree. Kurt had run between his house and Bronson's, scuttled around the paling fence that separated the backyards from the gardens, run silently along the side of the barn, and seeing the door to Nob's workshop invitingly ajar, slipped inside. Clinging to the door casing, he listened to the faint 800, 900, 1,000, "Comin'!" from the corner. Then the padding of rapid feet, a shriek, and Beany's voice. 1, 2, 3 for Isbel! Another silence, a mysterious rustle of leaves. Isbel's shrill voice calling, "Cucumber! Cucumber!" Another tattoo of swift feet, and a boy's cry of "Free!" A moment later there was another, and then a third, Nob's. That meant that Beany was far from goal. A scraping sound by the side of the barn sent Kurt shrinking into the darkness. Stealthy footfalls came closer, and suddenly, black against the stars, Beany's head and shoulders appeared. Kurt crouched, motionless, holding his breath, while the blood in his wrists thumped and pounded. The head turned, and a hand came thrusting through the door. When it was just about to touch him, Kurt exploded in a nervous giggle. Beany sprang inside and seized him. "Kurt! It's Kurt!" he half shouted, and then, as Kurt struggled to free himself, loosened his hold and whispered, "Shh! Let's have some fun. Wait here a while and fool 'em." Kurt was surprised. "Hey," he said, "aren't you going to race me to goal?" Beany hesitated. "Naw, let 'em come in free if they want. Let's stay here." The night was soft and warm. Beany's hands were fumbling with Kurt's clothing. It was strange. He didn't like it, and he twisted himself away. Beany's voice was wheedling. "Aw, come on, let me feel. I won't hurt you any." "No, I don't want to. Let me out." And he ducked for the open door. He found himself stopped by Beany's left arm braced against the sill, while the right went seeking, fumbling in the darkness. Kurt wrenched himself free and started to cry out, "Let me go, I tell you!" but was interrupted by another voice at the door. It was Nobbs. "Hey, what's biting you, Beanie? Everybody's running free. You'll have to be it again." And he let forth into the night a long wailing, "Ally, Ally, outs and free!" "Guess I better go home," said Beanie sullenly, and as he squeezed against Kurt, in going through the narrow door, he whispered, "Don't tell your ma, Kurt." And then a horrible thing occurred. One Saturday afternoon, when the house was dim and quiet, and his mother had gone to town, he had taken advantage of her absence to look in the encyclopedia for things he was continually curious about. He had learned that such things could be found there. The difficulty was that he understood so little of it. It was like a tantalizing game. One word would lead to another, and that to a third, until he would have half a dozen of the heavy volumes piled on the floor around him. It was disturbing and not very satisfactory, whetting his curiosity rather than appeasing it. Then he had turned to the Bible, the large one on the shelf beneath the library table, and read, as he had surreptitiously done before, parts that suggested hidden knowledge. Leviticus, the story of Onan, the affairs of David, of Sodom, of Lot, the Song of Solomon. And the rest was as usual. He found himself drawn, willing and yet reluctant, up the stairs to his mother's room, darkened against the afternoon sun. He slipped off his clothes nervously, and in the oval mirror of the dresser admired the reflection of his slim white body against the dim wall. His mother's green beads lay on the dresser. He put them over his head, and shivered as they slid, like a cool, lithe serpent, over his shoulders and down his back. The feel of hands on flesh, naked bodies, boy bodies, white, palpitant, arched feet beating, arms wreathing, flesh quivering, swimming, patterning white at dusk. Gone again, his own body fusing, melting, wavering, sinking. The joy, the warm luxuriousness, the pain, the writhing. And then it happened. What was it? What had he done to himself? His body, what did it mean? He was frozen with fear. What should he do? He dared tell no one. Oh Jesus! He sank to the floor like a stricken fawn and prayed hysterically, wildly, until, realizing that he was naked and cold, he dressed and waited nervously for his mother's return. The fear held him, tightened on his throat like cold metal. But his mother, busy with supper preparations, noticed nothing strange. The next few days were frightful. The fear that haunted him now was of something unknown and untellable. That he was being punished he had no doubt. What he had done had brought upon him this thing, this disease. Yet how was he to know? It was unjust. He hated himself, and vowed that never again should it occur. A week went by, and his mind was more at ease, though it was still, when he thought of it, a mad riot of imaginings and worryings and uncertainties. Perhaps it was still not too late. Perhaps the damage he had done himself was not irreparable. Perhaps whatever had happened would never happen again. How could it, if he behaved himself? And he knew that he would behave himself. The fear of the consequences, if he failed, was deterrent enough. And then one night the terror came back upon him like the gin from the bottle, 1,000 times magnified. He was, in his sleep, half conscious of being seized by an irresistible desire to indulge in the pleasure he had forbidden himself. He must not. But it was as if he had no control over himself. The thing was happening, and he was without power to stop it. He was yielding, and he must not. The fatal sweetness swept over him like incense-heavy air, sweet, the delirium of it, the dulling richness of it, the swelling, pulsing joy of it. And then, in one spasmodic burning moment, it was over. He awoke with a stifled cry. For an instant he did not know what had happened. He sat upright in the dark, tense, rigid, terror screaming in his throat, which only his knuckles pressed into his mouth retained. It had happened again. It would happen again and again until some terrible, unimaginable thing came to pass. And what should he, what could he do? The shame of it, the fear of it. He could not tell his parents, and yet maybe a doctor, maybe he could be cured. But even as the hope came to him, he knew it was vain, for he could never bring himself to tell the family doctor, or any doctor in the town. He dared not. All night he sat upright in his bed, chin propped in hands, finger ends pressing against his teeth, until the street light flickered out and the gray morning came thinly through the window. Despairing and afraid, he dropped to sleep. During the days that followed, he went through his routine of school and lessons and meals automatically, a dull worry constantly oppressing him. Quite by chance, he discovered in the sample copy of a cheap magazine which had been left at the door an advertisement which seemed to have bearing on his case. It frightened him, and yet at the same time consoled him, for it made certainty where there had been only doubt. It read, "Young men, are you losing your manly vigor? Through bad habits formed in youth, are you becoming old before your time? Why be a physical wreck? Write now, before it is too late, to the Crass Medical Bureau, Box 4N, Cincinnati, Ohio. Ask for booklet 7C, which will be sent you in a plain wrapper." When the little pamphlet came, he put it quickly into his pocket, and at the first opportunity went up to his own room and opened it. It all sounded fully as serious as he had feared. Much of it he could not understand, but it was easy enough to see that he had been guilty of an unpardonable sin towards his own body. The secret vice was responsible, he learned to his horror, for insanity, feeble-mindedness, loss of memory, and all sorts of diseases he had never heard of, but which, the booklet said, were wasting and devastating in their insidious and debilitating effects. He read the cheaply printed pages as a criminal might read his bill of charges, eagerly, fearfully, and when the last accusing sentence was done, he realized that his only hope on earth lay in Rejuvo elixir. It could be procured at $2 per bottle from the Crass Bureau, which was most highly recommended by the Chemico Health Society, also of Cincinnati. He had, it happened, $4 saved from his weekly allowance of 50 cents that he planned to put into the bank soon, but still he thought there were excuses he might make. He could plead the necessity of buying a birthday present for his mother. Something. End of part 1, chapter 2. Part 1, chapter 3 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker. Part 1, chapter 3. While he was waiting for the arrival of the medicine, making furtive trips to the post office twice each day to forestall the possibility of embarrassing questions at home, other things were happening which gave his thoughts a slightly different turn. His father came home one night from a meeting of the church board, of which he was chairman, and announced that they had voted to hold revival meetings. His mother sighed, for she knew it meant 2 weeks of unusual effort, with nightly pilgrimages to the church, prayer meetings in her front room, and the added responsibility that would be hers because of her prominence in the affairs of the church. Kurt was a little sorry, too. Not that he minded the meetings. He was used to church going. It was something to be as little questioned as eating or going to school. As long as he could remember, he had been to church 2 and often 3 times every Sunday. He had gone with his parents in the morning and sat quietly between them during the hymn and sermon, drowsing sometimes amusing himself by fitting together incongruous titles in the hymn books to make ridiculous, half-intelligible sentences. After church he had always stayed for Sunday school, being promoted from one class to another as he grew older, now with a woman for teacher, now with a man, sometimes in a class with girls and boys, sometimes with boys only. He had never liked Sunday school particularly, but some of the stories had been worth hearing, and the puzzles and riddles and jokes in the papers he brought home were fun. Occasionally, too, the classes were amusing. Very few studied their lessons, since there was no compulsion to do so. The result was often a rambling discussion which, beginning with Moses and the bulrushes, or Elisha and the she-bears, was very likely to conclude with Ty Cobb, or the reason for the greenness of leaves. The teacher he liked best was a young man called Sprigg. Mr. Sprigg had an amazing fund of inexact information on all sorts of subjects, and a talent for digression. So while the lessons usually suffered, the 40 minutes sped, and that, to Kurt, seemed more important. Revivals were different, though. From former experience he knew there would be embarrassing moments when he would feel the intense self-consciousness that was so painful to him. The medicine was slow in coming. For 2 weeks Kurt waited, almost ashamed at last, to inquire of the postmaster for the expected package. In the meantime, the meetings had begun, and the thing had happened again, and the two events were not entirely unrelated. The meetings had started on Tuesday. Kurt had gone Tuesday night with his father and mother, curious, as everyone was indeed, to learn what the evangelist was like, and what the coming 2 weeks were likely to bring. The Methodist church, to which the Grays belonged, was some 5 blocks from their house, so they had started soon after 7 in order to be on hand when the meeting began. The main auditorium, when the Grays entered, was brightly lighted by 3 chandeliers, whose glaring bulbs always hurt Kurt's eyes and made him sleepy. The heavy golden oak benches, many of them, were already occupied by the people they knew, talking and laughing in low voices over the backs of the pews with their neighbors. By the time the last bell rang its 3 clanging notes, the church was fairly well filled, and when the door leading into the wing opened, there was an expectant stillness. 4 people appeared and took their places on the rostrum, a 4th chair being hurriedly lowered over the green curtain by the minister, Mr. Benson, who then stood behind the pulpit looking a little worried at the responsibilities he was assuming. He was a tall, spare man with a face that was heavy and long, black hair, thin at the top, and enormous hands. In the deep, hollow voice that Kurt always thought sounded exactly like the sounds he had laughed at when he was scrubbing out the cistern for his mother, the minister began. "Brothers and sisters, as you know, we are inaugurating tonight a 2 weeks evangelistic campaign. There are many things I might say to you as we inaugurate these meetings, but I prefer to let the good brother here, who is to be your spiritual guide for the next 2 weeks, say them. I know, all pulling together, great things will be accomplished for the kingdom of Christ in Barton during the next 2 weeks. I am very glad to present to you your new guide and friend, Brother Jerome Shantz, whose long career as a gospel worker after his miraculous conversion speaks for itself. I will let Brother Shantz talk to you now and introduce his party." The Reverend Mr. Benson bowed awkwardly to a little round man behind him, and stepped down from the rostrum to the front pew, where he sat alone during the rest of the service, his great arms stretching along the back of the seat. Mr. Shantz was on his feet immediately, his red face gleaming in the light, the thick lenses of his spectacles shining like the headlights of an automobile. Indeed, he rather suggested a steam engine of some sort. His arms, when he stood up, seemed ridiculously short and fat, and they moved with a piston-like regularity as he talked. Even his voice was steamy, as if it were being forced up out of his mouth by spasmodic explosions, deep down in the round body. "Welcome, folks," he began. "I'm glad to see so many of you out tonight. As your pastor has said, we're to work together for the next 2 weeks, and I want each and every one of you—" Here he pointed a fat forefinger at 4 or 5 people in different parts of the church. "I want each and every one of you to feel you are my friends, and that I'm yours. We are going to do great things here, as Brother Benson has said, but we'll all have to help. And now I'll make you acquainted with my helpers, who will want to know you too. This," and he pointed to the young woman, blonde, pretty in a conventional sort of way, "is my wife, Mrs. Shantz. She will take charge of the women's groups and play the organ, to say nothing of running me." He looked delighted when the anticipated stir of laughter came to him. Mary Chance rose and smiled and seated herself again. And this, here he pointed to a sallow young man with oily black hair and an obtrusively checked suit, is Mr. Brill, Mr. Dan Brill, who will direct the singing and work with the boys. He is a regular fellow, and you'll all like him. And now, as singing is an important part of any meeting at any church, make a joyful noise unto the Lord, as it says in the Bible. The more noise you make, the better the Lord will like it. Let's sing. Dan Brill took charge. He talked rapidly, like an actor, Kurt thought. He presented for the approval of the congregation his own pamphlet of songs, price only 35 cents, which he wished to use during the services. A number were sold at once, and the money collected by two small boys, delighted at this unexpected opportunity of managing the long-handled collection boxes that looked like wooden corn poppers. With Mrs. Chance at the organ, its stops wide open, they sang, "An old one to begin with Let a Little Sunshine In." Brill didn't like the way they did it. He made them sing it again, and yet again, shouting constantly between breaths, "Louder! Get into it! Sing! Now all together!" and whacking the book against his hand in time to the music, until finally everyone in the church was either singing or pretending to. Brill's eye would pick out the silent ones, and after a shouted, "Come on, you! Sing! Open your mouth! If you can't sing, make a noise!" and Brill's finger pointed directly at them, they would grin sheepishly and start in. "Let a little sunshine in." "Shine in!" Brill would echo in a booming voice. "Let a little sunshine in. Open wide the portal, open wide the door. Let a little sunshine in." Kurt was not too sure of his voice, but he sang nevertheless. There was something senseless and jolly about the tune, like a merry-go-round. The church hymns in the thick green book, like Old Hundred or How Firm a Foundation, were solemn, and when he had been to Detroit once and heard them in a big church with a great organ booming, they had been thrilling. They made your spine tingle. But these were just a jolly racket. They sang several songs until Mr. Brill, with drops of perspiration rolling down his pale face, said, "Well, that'll do for now, folks. You've done pretty well. I'll have you raising the roof off of this church every night," and sat down. Nothing exciting happened. The evangelist outlined his plan for a campaign, a plan which called for nightly meetings, daily cottage prayer meetings in various homes throughout the town, and a number of special sessions for various groups. He urged everyone to come to all meetings, to bring neighbors to pray for success, and, after another song, dismissed them. Kurt went then to the front of the church and remained as close to the wall as he could, while his parents were being presented to the campaigners with the effusiveness their position as church leaders demanded. Kurt didn't want to shake hands, but he couldn't escape. "And this," he heard his mother saying, "is our son Kurt." Kurt came to them, dropping his cap as he came, and extended his hand, his eyes fixed on the foot-worn green carpet. Mr. Chance's clasp was firm, and so strong it made his fingers tingle. Mrs. Chance didn't offer her hand, and he silently thanked her for it. Her smile, he saw when he stole a look, was nice. Brill's fingers were damp and clammy. The next night, much the same sort of thing occurred, except that there was a choir composed mostly of girls, with old Aeneas Trench, who was always in the choir, and who always sang loudly and off-key, and two young fellows who came, Mrs. Gray whispered to her husband, because the girls were singing. They sang many songs. "Brighten the corner where you are," "Will there be any stars in my crown?" "Throw out the lifeline," and a new one, "What am I willing to pay?" Mr. Brill had them sing this one many times, first all the women, then all the men, then both together. A song to think about, he called it. Then, after a very long prayer by Mr. Benson, a prayer in which no one, it seemed, was overlooked, Mr. Chance talked. He didn't preach like Mr. Benson, he just talked. and Kurt thought it much more interesting. He told first about his being at one time a railroad engineer. He spoke with pride of the great locomotive and of the responsibility his job involved. Then he told about losing his job and being in Milwaukee alone, without friends, about going into the city rescue mission, where he was given hot coffee, and where he found Christ. Everyone was interested. In spite of his almost ridiculous appearance, his build, his flailing arms, his flashing spectacles, and his shining head, there was something about the man that made the congregation listen. Kurt saw that even Mame Seligman, in the choir, had stopped giggling behind her songbook. He spoke of the great joy that had come to him then, and of the happiness that was surely in store for all those who would accept Christ for their Savior. "Are you right with Jesus?" he asked. "Are you giving Jesus a square deal?" He stopped then. There was another song, and the announcement that on the following Sunday, at 3 o'clock, there would be a special meeting for men and boys only. That night, Kurt lay awake for much longer than was his custom. He was impressed by Mr. Chance, and puzzled. What did he mean, exactly, by finding Christ? Kurt had heard the expression so many times, in church and Epworth League meetings, that it had become a label to him of a sort, but of what sort, when he came to ask himself, he did not know. Indeed, he had never thought much about it. Never before had the question come to him so directly, and he wondered, if it should come to him, and him alone, as demanding an answer, how could he reply? He had always taken it for granted, when the preacher spoke of finding Jesus, or being saved, of being a Christian, that he was on the right side. And the preacher had too, apparently, for he had never talked to him about it. But he wasn't sure. Still, he thought, now that he had stopped the terrible sweet indulgence, he was perhaps as good as many of the older people who professed to have been saved, and whom he had heard testifying and praying lengthily. And yet with him there had been no experience such as Mr. Chance hinted at, and seemed to think so necessary. What was it like, anyway, this experience? "A great happiness flooded over me," Mr. Chance had said. "The gates of my soul were open to the sunshine of Jesus' grace and love." Nothing like that had ever happened to Kurt, and he fell asleep wondering about it. Saturday they had supper earlier than on other evenings, for Mr. Gray had to relieve Jeff at the store, which was always kept open until 9 o'clock on Saturdays. So Kurt had a chance to get to the post office once more before it closed to ask about his package. To his joy, it had come. It was not large, disappointingly small indeed, considering that it had cost him a full half of his savings. He put it under his coat, where he could press it close against his ribs, and hurried home and up to his room. The medicine, when he opened the carton, looked like slightly greenish water, and the directions were disappointing. No result was promised for 2 or possibly 3 months. But the patient was urged not to give up hope, but to take a spoonful each night before retiring and await results. There was no meeting at the church on Saturday night, and the Sunday morning service was just like that of any other Sunday morning, except that there were more people there and the choir was larger. In the afternoon, after dinner, when his father suggested that the two of them go to the men's meeting, Kurt reluctantly agreed. He was half afraid of what he might hear there to confirm his fears about himself, and yet the possibility that he might acquire some new knowledge of which he felt the need so urgently, drew him, and he went. He had seen provocative cards about the town. Several had been left on the buffet tops in his father's store. Mr. Chance's beaming picture appeared prominently in one corner, and across the top the caption, "5 hot cakes for men only, bring your own syrup." It didn't sound very religious to Kurt, but it worked, apparently, for when they came into the church it was already well filled with men and boys of Kurt's age and older, some of whom he was sure had never been in the church before. He wondered if they too could be curious, just as he was. There was no one to play the organ, so Mr. Brill started off with "We're Marching to Zion," and soon everyone was singing. They weren't all on the key, but they made a great deal of noise, and the leader seemed pleased. After the inevitable prayer by the pastor, Mr. Shantz came to the front of the rostrum and began talking. He spoke first of the evils of swearing, then about gambling, and then drinking. Nothing new, Kurt thought, but he waited patiently. What he had hoped for and dreaded came at last. And now, boys, a few words to you. Just because you are young doesn't mean you are without sin. No, indeed. One of the blackest sins in the world is a sin some of you boys are guilty of. Kurt sat very still, his hands gripping the seat at his side. He tried to look unconcerned, but he felt that he was pale. The old fear climbed up numbingly through his body like chilling poison. What the red-faced man on the platform had to say was exactly what the medical leaflet had told him. Only this, coming forth in the explosive and steamy utterance of a man, filling a whole room with its echoing, was doubly impressive. Mr. Shantz, too, gave some illustrations of horrible things that had happened to boys who had let this insidious vice get hold of them. Not only was it fatal to the body and mind, but it was a grievous sin, one that could be wiped out only by the sincerest repentance. He went on then to talk to the older men, considering the sins of adultery and fornication, things which Kurt did not understand very well, and indeed could not listen to very attentively, because of the thoughts that swirled and pounded in his head. He felt slightly sick, and when it was over, they were free to go home, and he was glad. His father only said, "Pay attention to what he says, Kurt. Playing with yourself is bad business. I'm glad you're a clean boy." Kurt almost choked then. Why couldn't his father have told him years ago, if he knew, and saved him this misery he was enduring now? Saved his life, maybe. The fear of what he had done now took on a moral and religious significance that he had not previously considered, and it mingled in his mind with a bitterness towards his father that he could not subdue. The meetings went on, and every night Kurt was there, sitting between his father and mother, but always a little closer to Mrs. Gray. As they progressed, Mr. Shantz's talks became more positive and more fervid. Sin, the world, the devices of the devil which lurked unsuspected all about, in dancing, card-playing, in the theatre, all these he denounced hotly, and with a sincerity no one could doubt. His appeals, too, became more frequent and more searching. He began to take note of those in the congregation who came regularly, but who, it was apparent from their manner, were not church members. There was always a little fringe of these outsiders, and the fringe grew nightly as word of the evangelist's oratorical powers went abroad. They came in, usually, after the meeting had begun, sat in the back seats, and after the benediction hurried out before anyone had a chance to speak to them. Some of these people Kurt knew by sight. Old Dan Buck, a fat, white-bearded farmer who did truck gardening on the edge of town. Bert Crandall, a puffy-faced young man whom Kurt disliked instinctively, and about whom he had heard older boys at school whisper mysterious things. And Mabel, whom he didn't know. She was a pretty woman with very white hair, who ran a little popcorn wagon on the main corner near his father's store. His mother, he knew, never spoke to her, and whenever she was mentioned, his father and mother would exchange wise glances and laugh a little disdainfully. Everyone knew Mabel. She was a bad one. The others Kurt didn't know, but there they were, night after night, and Mr. Shantz more and more directed his steamy thunderings at this outer fringe. At last, one night, after an unusually impassioned picture of the dangers of a life of sin, and the contrasting joys and compensations of those who were saved, he invited all repentant ones to come forward and surrender themselves to Christ, while the choir sang, "Just as I am." It was a tense moment. The wavering, slow, sad tune seemed to palpitate in the walls of the church. to fill it like damp air, almost to drip from the rafters and window peaks. Kurt felt something moving and stirring within him, as he never had before. Just as I am, without one plea, save that thy blood was shed for me, and that thou bidst me come to thee. O Lamb of God, I come, I come. Was this thing the experience he had been wondering about? There was no response from the fringe of sinners, and Mr. Chance talked again. There was almost a sob in his voice. Will all those who already know the joy of being safe in Jesus' arms stand? There was a creaking of seats. What should he do? His mother rose slowly, and then his father, and then, ashamed, he too quickly got to his feet, although something told him over and over, sneeringly told him, "You're a coward, a coward, a coward. What are you getting up for? You're a sinner. You've not repented. You're afraid." Mrs. Chance had come down into the congregation, and was talking in a low voice to some woman a row or so behind. He could hear only snatches of what she was saying, through the reiterated verse of the song, "Repentance, Jesus saves, love's to all, sister, you are tired, evil ways, come now." And a moment later there was a loud sobbing, and the woman, a tall, slender woman, who lived alone on the street in back of the Greys, and who often did sewing for his mother, leaned heavily on the arm of Mrs. Chance and started to the front of the church. "Amen, amen, God be praised! Who else is brave enough to take this great step? O brothers, O sisters, if you only knew the joy and peace it would bring you, the peace that passeth understanding, won't you do it? Won't you do it now, tonight? Don't turn your back on Jesus. He's calling you, calling so tenderly. Won't you come, folks? Won't you come?" Another verse of the song. "O Lamb of God, I come, I come." Two more stumbling penitents at the altar. Something was pulling at Kurt. His throat ached. His eyes burned with desire to step out and go too, cleansing himself of sin. But something stronger held him back, and the meeting closed. So it was each night during the week until the next to the last meeting, Sunday. Each night Kurt had been roused to a pitch of excitement that was unlike anything he knew. An intense desire mingled with an intense shame. The excitement of a book was different. The excitement of the terror he had put so resolutely behind him was different, yet less different, for there, too, was a mingling of shame in the sinning, which made the indulgence sweeter. Two forces pulling in opposite directions, and the boy in the center bearing all the strain and wondering dumbly which force would finally claim him. The talk had its usual effect. But in place of the customary song following it, Mr. Chance announced that Lottie Garber would sing a solo. Lottie was a high school senior with a round face, soft dark hair, and a very red mouth. She had a clear soprano voice, which his mother disliked because it tremoloed, but which Kurt loved to hear. She had been sitting in the back row of the choir beside Jerry Keller, her beau. They both wrote things to each other when no one was looking. Kurt had seen the hymn book Lottie used, and it was scribbled full of notes. Silly, he thought. Tonight she sang a song that had a melody very much like that of a waltz that had been singing through Kurt's head for days. The words were pretty, but Kurt wondered why Jerry was grinning so foolishly all the while Lottie was singing. "I come to the garden alone, while the dew is still on the roses, and the voice I hear ringing in my ear, the Son of God discloses. Oh, he walks with me, and he talks with me, and he tells me I am his own, and the joy we share as we tarry there, none other has ever known." It was not until weeks later that Kurt discovered, quite by accident, the book she had sung it from. The words, "the Son of God," had been marked out, and in Jerry's handwriting, Jerry Keller inserted. No wonder he was grinning. Lottie was singing a love song for the mutual delight of the two of them. But when she sang it that night, Kurt did not know, and it seemed to him sweet and appealing. She sang the last lingering note, and for a moment the church was silent. Then Mr. Shants began appealing for converts. He told how God had blessed his efforts in Barton, and how, at this climax of the campaign, he hoped for even greater results. The appeal went forth. Mrs. Shants and Brill were going through the back of the church, talking to individuals here and there in voices of droning persuasion. Some looked sullen, but most seemed simply ashamed and embarrassed. Kurt could sympathize, for he felt the same struggle going on in himself. The almost irresistible attraction of being for once in his life heroic in an important way, a way that mattered, and the shame that hung, why he could not say, like a weight upon him. Would there be an opportunity for him? He hoped, he feared, and he did not know which emotion was the stronger. And then it came. "Are there none of you, church members, perhaps," he heard the explosive voice saying, "who have fallen from the great ideal, who feel now a new birth of the Spirit, and who want to make a fresh start, a fresh avowal of your faith in Christ as the great Savior of men? Brothers, sisters, who will be the first to come? Come on, folks! Are you all satisfied with yourselves? Is there nothing in your lives that you are ashamed of, that you want to be rid of, washed clean of? Oh, you young folks out there, you young men and young women, what about you? Why not confess your evil ways and be forgiven? Though your sins be as scarlet, yet they shall be washed whiter than snow. God is love, folks. He will forgive you, however great or however small your transgression. Can't you see him bending down to you, stretching out his beseeching hands to you, pleading with you to come? There is a fountain filled with blood, folks, drawn from Emmanuel's veins, and all who wash beneath that flood lose all their guilty stains." His voice rose like a chant, filling the room, as the two gleaming spots that were his eyeglasses swayed back and forth. "Won't you come, folks? Won't you come? Don't do it for me, do it for Jesus. Learn the peace and joy that only this great step can bring into your hearts. Ye must be born again," he said. "This is the time, folks, now, tonight. He stands knocking at the doors of your hearts, folks. Take him in, for he may never pass your way again. Take Jesus into your lives. Get acquainted with Jesus. Come now, now, now. Come and shake hands with Jesus." The voice seemed to come straight to Kurt. He hardly dared lift up his head. Was Shants looking at him? The two gleaming lenses in the glare of the light seemed peering with a blind yet penetrating insistence into his very heart. He felt his face and ears burning, but his hands were cold. He was shivering. Eyes everywhere seemed to be focused accusingly on him. Was his mother's arm urging him to go up there? Was she saying inside her, "Be brave, be different. What do you care what people think? If you are doing the thing that you think is right, let the rest of them think what they please"? Was she saying that? Near him a seat creaked, and without raising his eyes he could see that Gertrude Bowles, the president of the Epworth League, had arisen. He could hear the rustle of her dress as she moved down the aisle and towards the rostrum. Someone else came from farther back. "Amen! Praise the Lord!" said Mr. Shants, and he was echoed by 2 or 3 old men who sat near the front. "Will no one else come? Is there no one else brave enough to take this stand for Jesus tonight?" Almost against his will, and yet with a surge of feeling that swept like a thundering, inundating wave, Kurt suddenly found himself on his feet, moving towards that impelling voice, and standing, red-faced, almost defiant, before the curving oak rail of the rostrum. What happened after that he hardly knew. There was a prayer for those precious young souls who have dedicated themselves to the service of the Master. Everyone sang, "Blessed be the tie that binds." There was a confused buzzing murmur of voices about him. There were faces swimming in hard, shattering light. There was Brill's hand clinging pallidly to his. There was a sharp clap on his shoulder from Mr. Shants. There was his mother's arms around his shoulders. Blessed be the tie that binds. At last he was out in the night, under the cold, far stars, walking between his father and mother. They were proud of him, he knew, and he was glad now, with the great gladness of youth, for what he had done, hard as it had been. During the few interminable minutes he had stood before the rostrum, he had prayed for forgiveness, prayed as passionately as on that afternoon of realization that he had done something to himself. And there was now a satisfaction, an implanted hope in his mind that in the sight of God he was less guilty, that his repentance would surely save him from the consequences of his sin. End of Part 1, Chapter 3. Part 1, Chapter 4 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker. Part 1, Chapter 4. Kurt was in high school now. Being a freshman was not entirely pleasant, as it opened one more gate to his tormentors. They bothered him less and less, however, as time went on, and they found that their persecutions had so little effect. As far as the schoolwork itself went, there was very little difference. He had 4 teachers instead of 1, which made things more interesting, and there was the added novelty of moving about from room to room and not being kept the whole day in one square, chalk-dusty place. Barton High School was a small one. It had never had an enrollment proportionate to the size of the town. The factories were the cause of that. Their doors were always open for young muscles, strong bodies, nimble fingers, and the temptation of $12 each week, and the attendant independence that such a salary and such a life seemed to involve was a strong one. As soon as they were 16, many of them bought overalls and drill aprons and dinner pails, and became slaves of the whistle, as they had been slaves of the bell. Often, when Kurt had occasion to go on the far side of the river, where the paper mills and the shoe factory and the cabinet works were, he would see the older boys he had avoided in school, stripped to the waist, their bodies shining with sweat, moving through the weird scene of billowing steam and the acrid smell of disinfectant, pushing trucks of paper or snatching a breath of air at one of the open windows. It was a hot, unhealthy place, the paper mill. Beaters were the worst, reeking with steam and bleach, but it was all abnormally humid and odorous. In the sorting rooms, where fingers flew through bags of refuse and rags, or through long, grimy windows at the clicking stitching machines of the shoe factory, he would see girls who were not so much older than he. He would hurry past always, a little ashamed for them all, and for himself, somehow. So the school had never been large, nor had the teachers been particularly good. They were all quite young, most of them, recently graduated from one of the state normal schools or colleges. Some were a little rebellious at the fate that had planted them in so small a town, and so poorly equipped a school. Others were homesick. All of them were conscientious enough, but very few fulfilled Kurt's ideal for a good teacher, that she be interesting. His criticism, if he found her just, went little farther. At high school, too, the little clique with which Kurt had been identified all through school solidified and took on something of a social significance. Kurt's room in school had contained, from the time Kurt had caught up with it, in the 4th grade, a group of what Mrs. Gray termed unusually nice children. They were the children of storekeepers, mill officials, and professional people, all of whom, coming to Barton at about the same time, when its industries were opened, had settled there comfortably, and had children. By a wholly unconscious process of selection, the group had reached high school, with 6 boys and 6 girls, all of about the same age. The group formed always the nucleus of any activity of their class, and as time went on, they emerged from the 1st to the 2nd year of high school. Their importance became proportionately greater. Kurt belonged by virtue of his father's position in the town, and by virtue of something in him the children were drawn to, even when they teased him. In the circle he was popular enough, and partly because within it his fear of persecution was allayed, he was troubled hardly at all. There were frequent parties. The occasion would be a birthday or a holiday of some sort, and invitations would be sent out. Then, arriving one by one, or in groups of 2 or 3, they would come late in the afternoon. There would be a supper with plenty of jam and cake and ice cream. There would be an evening full of games, guessing games, or sometimes, depending on the hostess, romping games. And by 10 o'clock all would start for home. They would all go together, the girls in front, screaming and giggling, the boys behind, trying to tread on their heels, singing popular songs in cracked, uncertain voices, running ahead to hide behind trees where, by jumping out, they could elicit shrieks from the girls. One by one, the girls would be deposited at their homes, and at the last one, the boys would say good night. There would be shouted jests and taunts and chaffing as they went off singly or in pairs into the darkness, and the party would be over. There came to be a feeling of belonging. The little group was known to have the nicest parties. They were always at the head of things. They were, in the embryonic social life of the school, the elect. It was an unwritten law that if any one of them gave a party, the rest were automatically invited, and no one else was. That he belonged gave Kurt a deep satisfaction. It pleased something in him. It gave him a sense of superiority in one field, and a human one at that, which had been warped and thwarted in others. His home, with its books and music, increasingly his music, the school, the bunch, the church, these were his life. Home and school were the staples of it. The bunch and the church were its diversions. He believed in the church fervently, for it meant to him his hope of salvation. He had gone astray, and only through this new-old relationship could he expect to retrieve himself. Then, too, it gave him some chance of exercising his talents. He joined the Epworth League. He could play better than any of the girls, so he was at once elected organist. It was an office he enjoyed. He could discharge his duty, the simple one of playing 3 or 4 Sunday school songs during the course of the meeting, and reasonably expect to be exempted from participation in the rest of the service. Playing he didn't mind, ever. There was the organ. There were his fingers against the cold, firm keys. There were his feet pressing the wheezing pedals, something outside and supporting. He was always afraid, however, of being called upon for prayer or for comment of some sort. That was different. Occasionally he was, and his embarrassment at such times was painful. He found himself, as he walked to the church through the late afternoons, always formulating a prayer or a testimony. He might be called upon, and he must not make himself conspicuous. He must not disgrace the faith he had publicly accepted. He could now go to all these meetings at the church with the feeling that, whether he really belonged or not, in the eyes of the church he did. He had declared himself before a crowded church, so when questions came that a year ago he could answer only uncertainly, only with the guilty sense that he was cheating, he could now answer secure in the knowledge that no disbelieving eyes were watching him. Yet, could he? Why was he, without exception, embarrassed so terribly at these times? It was, he knew in his heart, without daring to let it come to the surface of his consciousness, because there was a doubt in him, a doubt of his experience. Could it be authentic, the great religious experience the preachers talked about so glibly? That exciting, ashamed, nervous feeling that had surged over him and carried him half against his will to the front of the church. There must be something more, must be, and he felt himself a hypocrite. All his life he had been pretending to things he was not, in order to simplify the task of living, pretending to be brave when he was afraid, pretending things his father and mother wanted for him, pretending to be sure when he was unsure. Not that he reasoned very logically about it. Feeling was too urgent in him. The whole situation, into which he found himself drifting, bothered him, but to accept the masquerade made things easier, unquestionably. And other people, too, he supposed, might behave similarly. The difficulty in this particular case was that he could not be sure whether it was a masquerade or not. When he looked at himself, he thought it was. When he looked at others in the church, in the Epworth League, he was not so sure. He was, he thought, as good, as sincere as they. He was not at all sure, either, whether it was really this newly accepted faith that helped him to conquer his evil habit. He liked to think so, but perhaps it was nothing more than fear, his overpowering fear of consequences. The frightening thing happened again and again. The medicine he had long since despaired of. Every night he went to sleep with the fear upon him, and when the tantalizing dreams would come, he was sickeningly reassured of his own guilt. A dozen times he determined to see the doctor. A dozen times he walked slowly past the doctor's office, determined to enter, but always the shame of admission prevented, and carried him past, sick at his cowardice. And then, in the summer, came relief. The Greys and the Bronsons had rented a cottage at the lake for the week of the 4th of July. They had all been swimming, and on the return from the beach, in the heavy flat-bottomed rowboat, while the older folks sought the cottage, he and Nob had gone into the boathouse to dress. It was a dark, cool place. The light came in only from below, through the shallow lake water, under the edge of the building, between the piles, with a strange gold-green color that wavered and trembled on the rafters with a liquid softness. They dressed slowly. Nob sat, dangling his toes in the water. Suddenly he said, in a choked, embarrassed way that was not his at all, "Say, Kurt, this is kind of funny, but, do you ever have funny dreams or anything at night? Kind of funny dreams?" Kurt knew. He said so, but little more. Nob, however, the ice broken, made it a confessional. The two of them, side by side, solemnly sat, forgetting to finish the task of dressing. Kurt said nothing except to give assent once in a while, when Nob would end a sentence with, "Do you too?" or, "All boys do when they get to be as old as us, I guess." Nob's experience had been so much like Kurt's own that he could hardly keep from crying for sheer relief. Nob had been more fortunate, though. He had addressed his question to Dr. Brodie, who wrote a health column in the Detroit paper, and had received a little book which answered all his questions. "It just happens when we get so old, and it won't hurt us any. Gee, wasn't I glad to get that book? You can have it if you want, when we get home." End of chapter 4, end of part 1. Part 2, Chapter 1 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker. Part 2, Chapter 1. What does it feel like, Kurt, to graduate from college? The voice might be coming from anywhere. All he could see as he lay on his back, fingers interlocking under his head, was blue. No cloud, no bird, nothing but blue. He knew, of course, that it was Chloe. Although he could not see her, he was conscious of her, sitting in the grass somewhere near his head. If he bent his eyes far enough to the right, he could see the splotch of yellow that was her jersey. Oh, I don't know. He pulled a long stem of grass and chewed the crisp end lazily, enjoying its sweetness. I don't know. Sort of silly, and sort of right. You're funny. You never know anything. But I got a Phi Beta Kappa key, he said, grinning, as he flopped suddenly onto one elbow and faced her. A smile rippled the corner of her lip that was towards him. Her hands were clasped about her knees. Her head, from some once lovely head, he always thought, was tilted back, and against the June sky she was like a cameo done in some strange and disturbing medium. The curved throat, the strong chin, the full expressive lips, the Roman nose, the low forehead, the sleek lacquer of black hair pulled smoothly over her head to a knot low in the neck. She was like the portrait on a Messina coin or a bas relief from a Roman theatre. He looked at her as impersonally as if she had been one. She turned towards him, her eyes veiled against the sun. "I wish I'd known you when you were a little boy. What were you like, I wonder?" "Oh, I don't know. Not much like I am now. You wouldn't have liked me. I was always moping around by myself. And then, when I was older, I know you wouldn't have liked me. I was an awful little prig. I was even fat." He laughed in remembrance, and she laughed too, looking at his slim length on the hilltop. "I always wanted to believe in something. Then it was God. And now? Well," he hesitated. "Now it's— oh, why does this all seem so very hard to say? It's music, it's poetry, it's all this." His arms, flung out suddenly above his head, came down on the turf at either side of him. His right hand touched hers. He drew it quickly away and sat up. "Maybe we ought to go home," he said. "Where's Derry?" "Derry? Oh, he's off in the woods somewhere, picking things, I expect." She whistled shrilly, and from across the shallow valley, thin and faint, came the answer. "Why do you like my brother Derry so much?" Kurt eyed her sharply. Why do you like him?" "Because he's my brother. He's not your brother. No, he's not my brother." He folded himself and stood on the brink of the hill, hands cupped over eyes, looking towards the point the whistle seemed to have drifted from. He answered slowly, "He's such a good egg, Chloe. He's not always pleasant, but there's something strong in him, something certain. I wish I were as certain." He sat down again beside her, and together they watched the hollow where the woods thinned into low shrubs, very green now, and lupin-spattered grass for Derry to appear. "Uncertain. I've always been that, I think. Uncertain and alone." "Have you been so lonely with us?" "Oh, not that," he said anxiously. "Not that. Please don't think so. It's been marvelous, you and Derry. When I think how you took me in that first year, that awful first year, and rescued me from the demon landlady of Dover Street." They both smiled. "Well, you saved me, anyway. And now you've made me almost one of the family. That's what 4 years can do. I know most all your family secrets, and you still like us a little?" He grinned for a reply. "Aren't you ever sorry you played the Good Samaritan?" "Sorry? Kurt Gray! You've been the Samaritan. Peacemaker, consoler, counselor, everything fine. And still you're lonely." "You're just pretending not to understand, Chloe. Tell me you are. You must know what it is. It isn't physical loneliness, like being lost in a barren land. It's worse. There are such walls between us, all sorts of walls that won't be broken down. And no matter how many friends we make, we're lonely just the same. Some of us are like that. It's a strange thing inside us that sets us down in a lonely place, walls us up, and leaves us there." Both were silent. A meadowlark, skimming through the valley, darted up in an arc of unexpected song. "And now it's leaving you all, and more loneliness. I wonder sometimes." His voice stopped, and his forefinger twisted in a strand of meadow grass. "What have I done? Written a few sentimental tunes, 2 or 3 college songs, pretty bad ones too, a piano thing that old Scronfield liked, but what does that mean? And maybe, only maybe, 1 or 2 good songs, songs that you think are great because I wrote 'em. Isn't that true? Oh, let's talk about something else." "Let's not. I know that someday you'll do something big, and I'll be most awfully proud, and—" Her hand stretched out to his. He did not see it, and it drew back and lay for a moment, palm skyward, against her eyes. "I wish it weren't over. Wish you weren't going away. Maybe we'll be lonely too. There's Derry." A figure was emerging from among the trees opposite. They sat watching it, smiling at its antics, when they were discovered on the hilltop. The figure stooped, and with exaggerated nonchalance, pulled a great stalk of mullein. Waving it in one hand, Derry came tripping across the green of the hollow, a burlesque Pavlova, stumbling over imaginary rocks, and brushing himself free of imaginary burrs and thistles. They laughed, and Chloe said, "What a monkey he is!" Derry at last came panting up the hill. He was shorter than Kurt, with stout wrists and ankles, and hair almost as dark as his sister's. That he was her brother was evident. The profile was the same, but about his face there was a looseness that hers lacked, a mobility that could be utilized in 100 ways. It was the face of a comedian, changeable as a showery day. He went tripping clumsily around them in circles, tossing stalks of weed over their heads and singing in a raucous falsetto, "Call me early, mother, for I'm to be the Queen of May." Kurt made a dive for the terpsichorean ankle, and Derry came sprawling to the ground. "Derry, for heaven's sake, snap out of it!" "Derry, you fool!" "Yes, children, what about it? Shall we up and away?" And he started to his feet again, but Kurt, tugging at his shoe, pulled him back. They were all laughing. "I expect," said Kurt, "it's time we were going home. Your mother will be worrying about us." Chloe laughed, a little harshly. Derry smiled. "Yes," he said, "trust mother to be worried. It's the best thing she does. It's too nice to leave, but I suppose we'd better." Chloe rose, sighing and stretching her arms above her head, aglow with the slanting sun. They all went, arm in arm, over the hill, Chloe in the middle, Derry trying to sing one of Kurt's college songs, Kurt crying, "Cut it!" and Chloe, laughingly, being peacemaker. End of Part 2, Chapter 1. Part 2, Chapter 2 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker. Part 2, Chapter 2. His going to the State University had been settled upon unexpectedly. That he would go to college was taken for granted, by himself, by his parents, and by the town. He was a smart boy. Nob, who had worked a year in the factory with his father after graduation from high school, was going to a small Methodist college upstate. The Grays thought it would be nice for Kurt to go with him, and so it was decided. Then, in July, an old friend of Elmer's, a successful lawyer in Chicago, driving through Barton to his fishing camp in the north, had stopped off for the night. He liked Kurt's quietness and deference, and because this man was friendly, and didn't slap him on the back or pinch his arms to test his muscle, or thump him on the chest, Kurt liked him. The whole evening Elmer and Mr. Hanson talked of their law school days, and of half-forgotten friends and dimly remembered episodes, which acquired new glamour from their long immurement in memory. Kurt saw his father that night in a new way, saw him for the first and only time as a man who had once been young. Hanson had slight use for the small college and its piddling professors, and some enthusiasm for his alma mater, and so, before bedtime, it was decided that Kurt go to the university. Going away was not easy. The idea of entering the university appealed to him. The independence of it was a gesture of sorts. But he had never been away from home, to speak of, before, and the 100-mile journey seemed a great adventure. And it was harder for his parents than for him. They feared for his loneliness overtly, but in their hearts, most of all, for their own. He was very close to crying when he left, very close to crying all the way to his destination, and very close to crying when he emerged from the train into the dingy station, noisy with shouting students and welcoming friends, meeting rushes, and making a great stir about it all. The room the taxi took him to was one his mother had arranged for with its proprietress, who had been, years back, the wife of a minister in Barton. That was, of course, sufficient recommendation. But it did not prevent Kurt, when he was safely in, with the door shut tightly behind him, from crying. And then he felt better. Mrs. Meacham was an austere woman, although her rotundity belied it. She kept his room clean, but took a prying interest in his affairs which annoyed him. They were innocent enough, to be sure. He passed through the bugbear of enrollment, acclimated himself a bit to campus ways, attended freshman mass meetings, joined the Methodist Church, went to a social there to welcome new students, and found its friendliness a little bumptious and embarrassing, its jollity a little alarming. Studied conscientiously, and, oftener than a young man should, went to sleep on a pillow wet with tears. The Graylings were his salvation. Chloe Grayling sat next to him in French class. The instructor arranged the seating alphabetically, and Mr. Gray, Miss Grayling, soon became to Kurt an oasis amidst the Clapers and Horths and Jazuskis. It seemed a formula for agreeable comradeship. She spoke to him the first day. If he came early to class, she was always sitting in a window in the corridor's end, waiting for the preceding class to be dismissed, and they would talk of lessons, of classmates, and, after a few weeks, of themselves. Kurt had never had a girl. The gang had been the gang. There were matches and spooners, to be sure, but Mrs. Gray thought it all extremely silly. He had never learned to dance, for dancing, at the age most young people learn it, had been taboo among the Barton Methodists, and anyway, he had never wanted to especially. Nor had he wanted to go with a girl, like so many of the other fellows he knew. Kurt walked home with Chloe Grayling one noon. She seemed such a good sort, not boy-crazy, Mrs. Gray's epithet for the girl type she most deplored. He met Mrs. Grayling, a tall, angular woman, with gray eyes and heavy iron-gray hair that seemed always too loosely fastened. He was invited to lunch. Derry came in from high school, and all three sat in the small living room, a little abashed and uncertain, until the piano gave Kurt an unwonted bravado, and the ice was broken. Mrs. Meacham's piano, where he roomed, shone with newness, but she kept it rigorously locked. And when he was aching to play it, she was asleep, or busy, or not to be disturbed, or grudgingly reluctant. And finally she said she had mislaid the key. So it had all come about quite simply. With the second semester he had left Mrs. Meacham, not without difficulty, and established himself with the Graylings as Derry's roommate. He was not certain he would like the arrangement, much as he liked Derry, but anything was preferable to staying on with Mrs. Meacham. His parents had approved the change after much eloquent reasoning on Kurt's part, so that worry was removed. He had never lived so intimately with anyone, however, and at first it was hard to accustom himself to a more social way of life. He had been maidenly in his modesty, using the clothes closet as dressing room. He had debated with himself at length over the spiritual necessity of kneeling at one's bedside at night to make one's prayer efficacious, and, deciding that it must be done, had knelt, with fear in his heart of Derry's probable jesting. But Derry, unpredictable Derry, had been impressed and had said nothing. He too seemed a little afraid of Kurt at times, conscious of a seriousness in him that was beyond his own comprehension. On the whole, the two got along unusually well, and by the end of his freshman year, Kurt had been taken on as an accepted adjunct in the goings and comings of the Graylings. His presence at Sunday dinner, at the occasional party that Chloe or Derry would give, at family outings and picnics, was taken as much for granted as Derry's own. He liked it. In the evenings both Derry and his sister studied, and Mrs. Grayling read, or crocheted interminable yards of edging for pillow slips and towels. Her long face dark, almost sullenly intent, in the glare of the overhead light, she always insisted upon using. The friends he made on the campus were accepted by the Graylings as well, and their friends by him. So the change from Barton to Ann Arbor had been, after all, less revolutionary than it had promised to be. The whole environment of his extra-domestic life, to be sure, had changed. But otherwise, he had simply substituted a new family for an old one. There was still a home, in which he was free to do as he chose, a piano to play when he liked, all the quiet certitude of family that he had always known. Mrs. Grayling had been difficult at times. Beneath her somewhat masculine exterior, her stoicism, he gradually discovered an emotional intensity that surprised him. She was passionately jealous of the affection of her children, worried over them incessantly, was often querulous and fault-finding and difficult to please, and could, on occasion, lose herself in storms of anger or hurt self-pity, which all of them dreaded. Yet normally she was agreeable enough, and to Kurt she took an immediate fancy. In him she confided, embarrassingly sometimes, because in him she felt, young as he was, a balance and a sanity which was her unconscious lack. The spring in this first new year away from home had brought to Kurt a third frightening experience, yet one mixed with a new and unholy joy. Mrs. Grayling had been unwontedly peevish, and Derry, as usual at such times, had gone into a sulk. He had come into the room where Kurt was reading, thrown himself across the bed with a sigh that seemed to say, "Be sorry for me, if you dare," sullenly refusing to answer Kurt's question, "What's the matter, Derry?" and had gone promptly to sleep. Mrs. Grayling, weeping volubly, had shut herself in her room, and Chloe, exasperated by her mother's behavior, and her brothers, had gone to the library. Such scenes were disturbing, but Kurt was growing more accustomed to them, and somewhat reconciled, for he knew that another day would see everything set to rights again. Derry wakened late in the afternoon, and at Kurt's suggestion had gone to supper with him at the cafeteria, and then to an early evening movie. They had come out into a night full of warm moonlight, and walked without talking much after Derry's initial, "What do you say we walk a ways?" out of town beyond the last almost defeated gleam of street-light, and sat down on a hillside. They had been quiet at first. Then something in the white silence of the May moon had melted down the reticence their 18 years of living had built up. Talk, slowly undertaken, had drifted little by little to forbidden things, to exchanges of confidences, and, at last, to the thing Kurt had fought so stoutly for the last 4 years, complicated now because shared with another. After it had happened, the joy of it turned to fear. Not to bodily fear this time, he knew better now, but to religious fear. A fear for his soul's damnation. It was enormous, his guilt, and its enormity grew upon him through the walk home and through the endless sleepless hours of the night. Unprecedented this act, and unmentionable. No one, he was sure, had ever been guilty of so heinous a sin. He seemed, as he thought confusedly about it, to stand alone, beyond possibility of forgiveness, blackened eternally. And he envied and marveled at Derry for the matter-of-fact way in which he took it. He should hate Derry, he knew. Yet he knew, too, that he did not. When a few nights later it happened again between them, he knew, although he stubbornly refused to accept the fact of his knowledge, that he was caught in a new snare, inextricably, a snare which he did not understand, and for the explanation of which he had no slightest intimation of where to go. He went home in June. His pleasure in being there, in seeing in the Barton Observer the item, "Kurt Gray, the son of Mr. and Mrs. Elmer Gray, valedictorian of his class in the local high school last year, returned Tuesday from Ann Arbor, where he is at present Barton's only representative at the university, was shadowed by his consciousness of guilt, of his hypocrisy, and by his longing for dairy. At home it was so, and at church, where he was welcomed as a valuable addition to its somewhat anemic life. He played the organ. He talked at the Epworth League about the status of religion among university students, with all the time the consciousness of his unfitness upon him, and the realization that all seemed much less important to him than it had a year past. Upon him, too, was the consciousness that his religious faith was much less sure than when he left. Freshman biology had taught him things about the origins of life against which he at first rebelled, but which in the end he was too clear-headed not to accept as true, or at least as more credible than anything he had hitherto learned. He wanted desperately, as he told Chloe so much later, to believe in something, always to believe in something. His attempt to adjust his knowledge to his faith, his mind to his heart, his thought to what he wanted to think, was in him a real and bitter struggle, and one from which he emerged slowly, clinging stubbornly, tenaciously, to the last tatters and remnants of a faith he knew was inadequate, because, as yet, he had found nothing to replace it. He had gone back to the university in the fall, back to the Graylings and to Derry, fearing that Derry might have forgotten, that Derry would not remember, for their relations had been unmentioned during their correspondence of the summer. They were both shy when they met, but both knew instinctively that the new relationship was to continue. It was implicit in their eyes, in the clasp of their hands. So, the years that followed had been years of joy unprecedented, and of shame, and remorse, and promised reformations, of miserable doubts surpassing all those that had made up so large a part of his previous life. With Derry it was different. He was, to use Chloe's favorite and apt description, unpredictable. The moral question bothered him not at all. Too, there was in him an adventurousness that Kurt lacked. He accepted the strange liaison, as novel to him as to Kurt, as a thing physically delightful, nothing more. His feeling for Kurt changed little. He regarded him sometimes with envy, as one whose lessons were learned with little effort, and who had some sort of natural distinction that set him apart. But for the most part, he was simply an easily persuaded partner in whatever Kurt wanted to do. His was a strangely objective mind, willful, capable in the ordering of objects and the manipulation of things, but utterly incapable of abstract thought. Kurt would try sometimes to read to him a poem he had especially liked, or to discuss with him some idea from his philosophy classes. But Derry would not understand, and seemed indeed to take a wilful delight in not understanding. Swinburne had come to Kurt at 19 as a revelation, the sonorous lines of Atalanta, that to him were of a beauty unguessed, shimmering, wonderful, were to Derry only tiresome and incomprehensible. In Kurt there was growing a feeling for Derry that he did not for a long time try to analyze or understand. He only knew that this mercurial person could cause him more delight and more misery than anyone he had ever known. Derry's state of feeling became almost an index of his own. Derry's unaccountable spells, when he would retire into himself behind walls as high and impregnable as those of a medieval town, and be sullen and silent, meant untold dismay for Kurt. Days when his timid advances were met with scornful silence or indifference tortured him. Rebuffed, he felt all the shame a woman feels when her lover is unyielding. Yet the idea that he was in love with Derry never occurred to him. It was so utterly beyond the range of all his experience, real or vicarious. A fellow fell in love with a girl. That was love, and all of love. His situation was, he never doubted, absolutely unique. Shame covered him, like the invisible cloak of his old fairy tales. So the years of college passed. Because of Derry and the Graylings, Kurt always remained, as a collegian, something of an outsider. He became known on the campus as a shy and talented young man. His interest in music had become stronger and stronger, until it became the dominating one of his life. His college patriotism found expression in composing a few college songs, which won him some attention and respect, even from the athletic set. Because he was so quiet, his reputation as a scholar exceeded his actual accomplishments. As he grew older, he still retained in multiplied measure the undefined quality of superiority. In his manner, unassuming as it was, people with whom he came in contact felt the aristocrat. It was his mother in him. He had become conscious of it gradually and fostered it, half-consciously, as a protective device. Into the small group of intellectuals the university could boast among its student body, those who wrote for the daily or the college magazines, he never fitted, but was always respected. His music reviews for the daily were written clearly and showed a sharp appreciation for the right things, but he never mingled much with the crowd that stayed around the editorial offices, so many of whom had less right to than he. He was an interesting fellow, it was agreed in the office, but not very social. To strangers they would sometimes say, "That's Kurt Gray," as he went by the window, his slim body held stiffly as though for an expected shock, his hair brown and soft as his mother's, always a little too long, not from choice or for effect, but simply because he dreaded barber shops so much. And now it was over. There would be only commencement, a summer at home, which his parents demanded, and then East for a new plunge into music, another experience desired and dreaded. The last days would, he was sure, never be forgotten, so pleasant were they. Examinations were finished. A part of life was finished. There was nothing to do but steep oneself in the June weather. Its mellowness seemed almost symbolic of the attachments he had made, of the peace he was now feeling, a peace pregnant with unguessed possibilities. It was an unsure peace, and in it he revelled while he might. Why was it that he, so happy in his life with the Graylings, must tear himself out of their lives like an uprooted tree? At times he was ready to throw everything over for it, his career, whose new call he knew in his heart could not be denied. He was almost willing to surrender. His last night in Ann Arbor brought him a surprise. Late in the evening, he and Chloe were sitting together in the swing on the porch. It was a stifling summer night. Mrs. Grayling was dozing inside. Derry had gone off somewhere in the car. They had said little. It seemed all to have been said the other afternoon on the hilltop. And with that conversation in both their minds, both were reluctant to begin again. "I've something I must tell you before I go, Kurt," said Chloe at last. "Yes?" "You'll be surprised, I think. Or maybe not. Maybe you'll have guessed it." "You know what a good guesser I am, Chloe." She laughed, thinking of the game they had been playing not long before. "I'm going to be married soon. In August, I think." Kurt was too surprised to answer for a moment. It would be Roy Carston, of course. He had wondered if it mightn't end that way. His principal feeling, for the moment, was one of pique. He had never thought of Chloe, or of any girl, as other than a comrade. But this unexpected news was a shock to his indifference. It brought home to him the brief statement of hers and the minute of silence that followed it, her peculiar value as a friend. She supplied in some measure what Derry failed to supply, but that was foolish. She would marry, of course, and Roy wasn't a bad sort. "You are surprised?" Her voice cut into his confusion. "Yes, I am, Chloe. I didn't know. Should have, I suppose. I'd like to tell you about it, if you don't mind." Her inflection asked his permission. "Do. It's strange." She spoke slowly. "It's strange. I'm not sure I love Roy, but he loves me, I think. And, Kurt, I'd do anything to get away. Roy's got a job in Detroit, advertising, and it will get me away from Mother. You're shocked at that. I think I know, Chloe." In swift parade marched pictures of the last few months. Chloe obviously interested in Roy Carston, Mrs. Grayling opposing her, querulously disliking Roy, saying cutting things about him on all occasions. Chloe rebellious at her mother's domination, Mrs. Grayling making melodrama of her rebellion. It was a case between the two women of temperaments too similar in some respects, too different in others, ever to understand. Chloe's calm insistence on her right to love and marry whom she chose exasperated Mrs. Grayling, and she revenged herself by being consistently unpleasant when Roy or his affairs came up for discussion. "Am I wrong, Kurt, to do it?" "Gee, Chloe, I don't know. Your mother has been unreasonable about Roy, and he's a good chap. Oughtn't you—" He was embarrassed and stopped awkwardly. Then he plunged ahead. "Oughtn't you to be sure you love him? Or am I just old-fashioned?" She laughed a bit, softly. "Funny boy. You're right, of course. And I suppose I do. But, oh, more than anything else, it's a chance to get away, and I must get away. Must." "I hope you'll be awfully happy, Chloe. You know that, I guess." Then he added, because he couldn't help doing so, "And I hope being married and all won't keep you from writing to me once in a while. I guess I've been counting on that. You've been so sympathetic, always, with me, the real me, inside, that does the things you think may mean something, some day. Derry likes me too, but well, you know Derry and his letters." She took his hand again, pressed it, took it suddenly to her lips, and then was gone into the house. He hardly understood that. He was glad that she was going to get away. She was too young, too full of promising things to be so submerged and defeated. Roy didn't seem her type, though, and he was afraid they might be unhappy. It was a little sadly that he sat in the swing, waiting for Derry's return. End of Part 2, Chapter 2. Part 2, Chapter 3 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker. Part 2, Chapter 3. The Graylings had driven him home, spent the night, and started back for Ann Arbor the next morning. The night with Derry. He had planned to say so many things, but he said nothing. Derry, tired from driving, and apparently unmoved by the impending separation, slept soundly. Kurt, his arms rigid at his sides, stared at the ceiling with its familiar patternings of lavender shadows, and wished them gone, wished them swallowed up in the blackness he had feared so much as a child. His whole lonely life seemed somehow implicit in those shadows. More than anything else, he wanted Derry's kiss and Derry's promise to remember. But Derry never awakened until Mrs. Gray called them for breakfast. So their parting was simply a clasp of hands and a few conventional words of farewell in the presence of his parents, of Mrs. Grayling, and of Chloe. When the car turned the corner and was out of sight, his mind seemed seized with numbness. He turned and went listlessly in at the kitchen door, lingered uncertainly near the books on the table, and the music scattered about the floor near the piano. All day long the numbness held him. He read by snatches, sprawled on the davenport. He wrote 2 highly unsatisfactory letters. He rummaged through the music cabinet, and coming upon an album of Chopin nocturnes, played them over from cover to cover in a slipshod way, passively approving their lulling eroticism. The meals with his father and mother were silent and uneventful, and the short evening, with a cribbage game between his father and himself, passed in some unaccountable fashion. Bedtime. His father went first, yawning and switching off the overhead lights, and then his mother, with her expected and therefore doubly irritating, "Better come to bed now." He made no answer, but sat still until her footsteps reached the upper hall. He put his magazine down. The house was intimate and pleasant, with only the one lamp at his elbow lighted. He sat still, dumbly thinking that there must be other days like this, days almost without number it seemed now, until he could leave in August. He got up from the chair slowly and went to the kitchen. The back door had been left open, as the night was warm, and the oblong of soft darkness seemed to call him forth. He unhooked the screen door and stepped quietly out into the night. The sky was full of stars, and the air was pervaded with a softness that came to him as a new experience. Stars were usually so distant, so glitteringly, so frighteningly precise and jewel-like. But tonight it was as if a dark veil had been flung across them. They were almost friendly. Now maybe he could think. Think. He needed to do that. There were so many things he did not understand, things that had never seemed so important as now. And they all centered, tangled, about himself and these two who had driven away this morning, Derry and Chloe. Derry and Chloe. And he must understand. It was a duty which he dreaded, but paradoxically craved to perform. It was his individually. Neither of the other two could understand. Or, no, that was not fair. Chloe could understand, he trusted, if she knew. But these were things she did not know, must not know, things it was unthinkable that she should know. And he had not forgotten her kiss on his hand. How strange and twisted it all was! There was Chloe with her cool gray eyes, her smooth black hair, and her mind which he felt he knew so well. Her mind tempered and adjusted to a spiritual sympathy that was constantly amazing him. Chloe, never wholly happy, always questioning, always seeking, reacting to every thought and suggestion, like himself, never quite certain. Chloe with this mental equipment that he had come to know so well and to prize so highly during the past years, and Chloe with her woman's body that he knew not at all. Then there was her brother, with his gray eyes too, but scornful, his dark hair tangled, his mind alert, objective, as incapable of fine sympathies as of deceit. Derry, with this mental equipment that was as clear and free of subtleties as a lump of polished glass, yet that constantly puzzled and repulsed him by its very concreteness. Derry, with the man body he knew so well, the cool white skin, the firm chest, the lean belly and strong back, the thick thighs and calves, the wide, blunt-fingered hands. There was a loneliness in Kurt, an emptiness, that throbbed and pulsated in the night. It made him think again of the darkness in which he used to cower. The past few months he had seen growing in him a beginning of understanding. He had read for the first time the new psychology, Brill, Jung, Freud, Ellis, Carpenter. From them he learned that his sin, and Derry's, was not the unique sport he had believed it to be. There were others, it seemed, at least in Europe there were, of his sort. Plato he reread with a new interest. The high idealism of the Phaedrus and the Symposium had captured him and engulfed him as a flood. Now that there was a whole summer of inaction ahead, he could begin to formulate into ideas, maybe, the feeling that had been growing in him. He was in love with Derry. He belonged to that strange class of humanity, the singularity of whose position appealed to the romantic in him, at the same time that it overwhelmed him with its pathos. "I am the love that dare not speak its name," he read. He divided his time between his music and a stumbling search for knowledge. There was in him a yearning for the vicarious companionship of others like himself. Of an actual companionship other than Derry's he never dreamed. It was as if he had been initiated into some secret fraternity, and at every discovery of some new communicant in ages past he felt a thrill of pleasure. There was Plato, beyond a doubt. There was Cellini and Michelangelo and Shakespeare, and there was, he felt most certain, Shelley. Night after night, while his mother lay awake waiting nervously for his return, he fought with himself alone on the quiet streets, under the stars or the hiss of summer rain, a walker by night. The struggle went on wearyingly, everlastingly, with small promise of victory on either side. The secrecy of his position maddened him, and yet it was also a sweet madness. "I am the love that dare not speak its name. Shame, name, shame." The words were an insinuating counterpoint to his feet. The exultation of his love sent him running, sometimes, along the grass-grown roads at the edge of the village, his arms raised to the sky, his face thirsting for the stars. Nothing so rich, so filling, so troubling, so goading could be evil. The world might say what it chose. "He is my lover. He is my lover." He longed to shout it from the rooftops. "Behold, world, my lover!" He wept in the grass by the roadside for the blindness, the unfeeling stupidity, the unfairness of the world. He hated them all, the scoffers, the leaden-eyed. He throbbed with the music of rebellion and youth. He clutched his fingers in the cool, dark sod and exhausted himself with weeping. And then, always, his feet took him back through other dark streets to his own house, his own familiar room. What could he do? I, a stranger and afraid, in a world I never made. Some day he swore to himself he would be brave. Now he could not. He would go wearily to bed, angry at the cough his mother gave to inform him that she was not yet asleep, that he had kept her awake with worry. What he knew, what she knew, the chasm appalled him. Could it ever be bridged, he wondered. His philosophy developed slowly, too slowly, and he was only too conscious of the great gaps in his new creed. It came to be, as days and weeks went by, a new religion. The old, by now, was an outgrown shell. Here was a love which the world, had it known, would have denounced as shame. A love whose altar fires must always burn in secret, whose priesthood walked alone, discovering only now and again, and then by chance, some other follower of the faith. He knew that he felt it to be beautiful and worthy of praise, but he knew, too, that he must endure always the martyrdom of silence. No boasting of his love, his first love. No word of it dared he breathe. Always, always, it seemed to him, life demanded secrecy and silence. He had longed for Derry to know, as he knew. Derry must know. And yet he felt certain that Derry could never be made to understand. They hardly spoke the same language, he now realized. There was no way of making him see so high and perfect an ideal. Derry's letters through the summer had been brief things, full of laughing episodes, of their summer life in Ann Arbor, of Chloe's approaching marriage, of a new friend, David Perrier, with a casual "wish you were here," which Kurt fastened on avidly, cherishing and remembering. The new friend caused him some uneasiness. He was afraid he detected in the letters some hint that David was taking his place. He knew David as a clever student in architecture, whose hair, fellows said, was marcelled, and whose nails were always too gleamingly manicured, and whose eyes he had always found disturbing. He was not the sort you would ever call Dave. He was David. That Derry should allow this outsider a place was unthinkable, and yet he feared it might be so. He tried as best he could to fit David into this new scheme of things. He too, perhaps, was of the fellowship. Yet something in him rebelled at the idea. The ideal was too fine, too high. David, he felt, was too satisfied, too shallow to deserve this new and awesome calling. There was no niche for him. The thought that Derry, incomprehensible Derry, had taken him in was sickening. He wrote a letter to Derry and never mailed it. What he secretly feared was that this newcomer, this interloper, would say, "I love you," before he, Kurt, had said it, in the way he felt he could now say it. Love to him was so indubitably the love of one for another. There could be only two. For him, he knew there could be only Derry. That for Derry there might be David, or others, seemed incredible, frightful, yet he was increasingly certain that it was so. He did send a letter at last. It was a halting thing, he felt, but his fear that Derry would not understand made the formulation of his faith nervous and worried. He waited anxiously for a reply. It did not come. A week passed. His mind ran in circles in a lonely place, always coming back to the point from which it started. At last, only a week before Chloe's wedding, he wrote again. Dear Derry, the you I am writing to, I'm afraid, doesn't exist. I may be wrong in thinking so, and in that hope I write. There has been no reply to my letter of a week ago. You would accuse me of being fantastic, possibly even sentimental, when I say that the silence of these days has hurt me deeply. You are busy, I know, but there are always minutes when a few words can be written, even during the busiest days. Neither have I heard from Chloe, but that does not trouble me. Why? Because I like you better, for one reason, and still more because I am less sure of your feeling for me, and it is that constant uncertainty that makes me so unhappy. You are a strangely objective person, intolerant of emotion, yet full of it, and incapable, I have sometimes thought, of real sympathetic feeling. In addition, you are more masculine than I. I am in many ways your exact opposite. My richest life always comes from the realm of thought and feeling, rather than from the things outside, color, sound, motion, the theatrical in life. There is a great deal of the feminine in me. If you will consider our friendship in its full course, from the time I first met you, you will realize that. It has been I always who have been the submissive one, you the aggressive one. I have not once, that I can remember, failed to submit to your will and desire, and I can recall a great many times when you have received my rather timid overtures coldly. As the years have gone on, the tie between us, so far as I am concerned, has grown stronger and stronger. I have come to hope, and almost believe sometimes, that there was between us a friendship based not solely on physical attraction, but on the spiritual thing men call love. I love you then. That is to put it most simply. It is the fact that this simple statement, meaning so much to me, would make you uncomfortable that troubles me. Are you so conventionally minded? Can your objective mind not see the beauty of such a relationship? I keep hoping that you feel as I do, and I am continually disappointed. An instance? The night of your brief visit here in June, there was on your part a withdrawal into yourself that was almost sullen. It was the last time we would be together for months. If you had put your hand in mine, or your head against my shoulder, I should have been content and happy. But you did not sense my need. You failed. It has been so, so many times. To you, what does our relation mean? I've tried to understand. What do you really feel towards me? You admire me. You think me good-looking and clever, perhaps. You like me a great deal, but if I should cease to exist, would it matter so much to you? Would there not be others? For me, there could be none. I am waiting now, waiting for our meeting next week. Do not fail me then. It would be harder than you can imagine for me to go away, so far away this time, if you should. My love, Kurt. He read his letter over. It seemed a little dramatic, a little oratorical, yet it must be sent. He dropped it into the slot at the post office, and returned home to busy himself with sorting books and music, and a dozen going-away details. Marking time, he thought. The fact that Chloe, too, must be left behind was almost forgotten in the fear that he would lose his place in Derry's life. End of Part 2, Chapter 3. Part 2, Chapter 4 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker, Part 2, Chapter 4. Kurt came back to Ann Arbor the day before the wedding. Derry met him at the station, pinched his arm, said, "Hello, kid. I guess you were worried some," and laughed slyly. Kurt laughed too. In the light of Derry's smile, all histrionics seemed silly and unimportant. The car took them up the hill and around the campus. Home, thought Kurt. It was really another home, a place it meant something to return to. The day was too full for thinking. There were flowers to gather and arrange, and the caterer to see, Mrs. Grayling to console and pacify, and wish at heart 1,000 miles away, and a dozen details no one seemed to have thought of. Derry was perfect, all he could desire. Talk and explanation seemed superfluous. The letter, thought Kurt exultantly, had had its effect. But before they slept, Derry said casually, "David wanted to come over tonight, but I thought he'd better not. You can see him tomorrow. You'll like him, I think. I know he'll like you. He does already. He's seen you on the campus, and he's begged your picture from me. He's crazy to meet you." Kurt's satisfaction thawed and disappeared. He did not want to meet David. He knew he felt what he would be like, and he tried vainly to pierce Derry's mind, to understand certainly just what place David might hold in it. He had slight success. Not that Derry was subtle or secretive. He took, as a matter of fact, a torturing delight in talking to Kurt of David, in hinting at a relationship he would not freely admit. Kurt, choking down his questionings, said nothing. Was this jealousy, this weak, sick feeling that was upon him? Derry had failed to understand. Was there nobody in this whole world of patterned people who could understand? His misanthropy grew with his growing loneliness. Alone, even lying here beside the one he loved, alone. The wedding came and was over. No one, Kurt was positive, was so nervous as he. Not Chloe, not Roy, not even Mrs. Grayling, who at the last moment, through one of those sudden changes that made her, like Derry, an enigma to everyone, had become tractable and even pleasant. He laughed at himself as soon as the ceremony was over. "You'd have thought I was the groom," he said to Roy, and then to several others, not knowing what to say. One reason for his nervousness was the presence at the wedding of David Perrier. He had arrived only a few minutes before the ceremony. He had come with Derry into the bedroom where Kurt was finishing dressing. His eyes were troubling. There was in them, Kurt still felt, an intent to convey something without saying it. "I'm very glad for this chance," he said, smiling. He clasped Kurt's hands longer than strangers usually do. "I've heard so much about you from Derry and on all sides." Kurt smiled, and inwardly wished to the devil all such clichés and those who uttered them. That was all. After the wedding, Chloe changed to a straight black dress which she had never worn before, and which suddenly set her apart, he felt. Something's changed in her, he thought, and tried to read her eyes as she shook hands. He did not offer to kiss her, and when she said good-bye at the station and offered her lips, he blushed and hesitated. She kissed him swiftly on the cheek and was lost in a crowd of relatives. Fool! Fool! Why couldn't he have kissed her? He felt David's eyes, cruelly curious, upon him. No, no one was laughing. The train pulled away from the platform. With the rest he waved and turned. David was beside him, and together they rode back to the house, saying little. There all was confusion. Folding chairs were strewn about, and voluble relatives were everywhere, chattering and munching the remnants of the cakes and the sandwiches. "Oh, Lord," breathed Kurt, as he came up the walk with David. "Yes, isn't it a mess? Wouldn't you like to come over to my place for a bit, until things clear up here?" Kurt looked at him curiously. "What's become of Derry?" he asked. He was answered by Derry himself, clattering down the stairs with a flower basket. "I've asked Kurt to come over to my rooms a while, Derry, until you get rid of some of this turmoil." "Grand idea. Go 'long, Kurt. I'll have to stick around a while, I suppose, to keep the mob in check, and Lord knows how long they'll stay. Don't hurry back, and be good children." He blessed them paternally and gave them a shove down the steps. They walked slowly, talking of the school, of Chloe and Roy, of David's drawing, of Kurt's music. "I want to be alone, alone, alone," ran like an insistent pedal point through Kurt's mind. "Here we are," said David. They were turning in at an old house on a narrow street. "I like it here because there's no one else in the house except the deaf landlady. She lets me do pretty much as I please, though I'm afraid she doesn't always approve." The room he took Kurt into was surprising. Kurt had read of such places. He had never seen one, never supposed they existed so close at hand. It was, in its perverse way, perfect. Yet there was something in it, as in some of the Beardsley drawings, that revolted him. The walls were hung entirely in black cloth. There was a fireplace of vivid blue and orange tiles, and opposite, a low couch piled with cushions of a dozen shades. There was a coffee table, there was a Buddha, there were brass bowls and lacquered boxes. There was a lovely white statuette of a Greek Antonius that by the intensity of its whiteness and its cleanness of line made the rest of the room seem more artificial. It's charming," said Kurt. "Look around a bit. Help yourself to cigarettes. I'm going to make myself more comfortable. Back in no time." He disappeared through a curtained door. There were no chairs, only cushions and low stools. The couch seemed most inviting, so he propped himself with pillows and lay still, too weary with the day to care very much about the room or about David or about anything. He smoked idly and closed his eyes. There was a step in the room. It was David. He had opened his collar and put on a Chinese coat of black silk with a scarlet lining. "Comfortable?" he asked, smiling. "Very," said Kurt. He waved his hand about him as David sat beside him on the edge of the couch. "You're not very collegiate, are you?" "God forbid! Don't tell me you mind." "Of course not. I'll admit, though, this rather takes my breath away. I hadn't supposed there was anything quite so exotic in this he-man's university." "No?" David fingered the sleeve of his dressing gown. Was he amused, Kurt wondered. He must talk, he supposed. One couldn't just lie there and blow smoke rings. "No," he went on, "and you know it quite well. I don't run around much, but when I do I'm always confronted by pennants and golf sticks and traffic signs and covers from College Humor and Photoplay. I know, stupid, isn't it? I wonder. We all of us have a way of being so sure of our rightness. I suppose those pennants are much more right for them than all this would be, say. I can't quite picture an all-American halfback rhapsodizing over this." They both laughed. "You're apparently a very tolerant soul, Kurt." There was a silence. What was he to say to this fellow, whose eyes were always upon him so disturbingly, carrying on, as it were, even while he talked, a second conversation with his eyes, a conversation in a language Kurt did not understand. "You've a Victrola, I see. Can't we have some music?" What would he choose? He seemed to have a great many records. Kurt closed his eyes and waited. "Good, good," he murmured. "I bought it after your review in the Daily last winter," said David, and lapsed into silence. Kurt opened his eyes only once, but closed them quickly when he felt those of David always upon him. He was almost afraid he understood their meaning. There was a raucous noise outside of a Ford stopping, the scrape of the horn dying, and the motor in a buzzing wail. "It's Derry," said Kurt. Feet pounded up the stair, and Derry came in. "David," he said, "can Kurt stay here with you tonight? Some of the aunts have decided to stay over. I can sleep on the Davenport, but that leaves you out, Kurt. I'm sorry it's happened like this, but you'll have a good time here." "Of course you may stay, Kurt. You will, won't you?" His voice was eager. More politeness, more formulas. He was afraid to stay, and furious at Derry for not arranging in some way that this, his last night before going east, they might have spent time together. He might have managed somehow, if he had wanted to badly enough. Derry seldom wanted the right thing at the right time. He felt a wounded self-pity. "I give everything to Derry," he thought, "and he casually turns me over to someone else. I wanted him tonight. He should have known that. He should have known." "You'll stay, Kurt?" asked David's voice again. "Do, pleaded his eyes. "It's decent of you to take me in," was all Kurt said. "I brought your bag over, and now I'll have to go back," Derry said. "Come over in the morning, Kurt. I'll not be so rushed tomorrow." Derry left, banging the door behind him. It was hurt which Kurt felt most. People shouldn't be able to hurt other people so. Derry was, sometimes, like a Frankenstein, incapable of understanding. He must not let David see how he was feeling. David had, in the meantime, put another record on the Victrola, and to the music of it he seemed terribly and starkly alone, hungry with his love and sick with disappointment. What he craved was understanding, and what he despaired of ever finding was understanding. The nostalgic sweetness of being young, of having a secret from an antagonistic world, swept over him with the music, and had he been alone he would have cried out and paced the floor. The irony of the impulse curled his lip. Why not cry out? He was alone, really alone, always alone. These eyes that promised so disturbingly could not intrude on his aloneness. He would be as much alone in a crowded street as in the woods on an autumnal noon. Always, everywhere, alone. David's voice was piercing through. "Shall we have some more music?" Music was too disturbing. "Could we walk a bit?" he suggested. "Good idea. It's nearly dinner time anyway." As they walked, it was an effort to make conversation. Kurt wanted only to be alone, in mind and body. He yearned for it, and played with a sad sort of satisfaction with the idea that had formulated itself in his mind with the flow of the music in David's room. It made him seem a romantic figure. Romantic because of his difference, because of this invisible yet impenetrable wall which was building between him and the world. How big did one have to be, he wondered, to live so always, feeding always on oneself, and spider-like, spinning such beauty as one might out of one's own being. The thought of the years ahead, old age, sent his mind huddling and shivering back to a present when loneliness could have, being young, a sad and acrid beauty. They dined in a tea-room Kurt had seldom been able to afford. The dinner was good. They talked again of books, of music, of things both enjoyed. Kurt felt in David, perhaps because of his exterior, his monogrammed cigarettes, his nails that were too perfectly polished, his clothes that were just too correctly fitted, that his mind, too, must be a thing of surface glitter, of right opinion. Right, by the sophisticated standards of the young wits and clever-minded scoffers. He kept conversation pretty much on that level, but once, twice, an enthusiasm flamed through the languor of this elegant young man. Kurt suddenly wondered how much this exterior, that both attracted and repelled him, concealed, how just his judgment had been. Was this too, perhaps, but another wall, but another means of protection? The thought intrigued him, and he forgot himself, playing with it through this casual talk of people and things at dinner, and later, back in David's room, he found himself consciously prying into this mind, consciously trying to fathom it. Was it possible that here too was a soul sensitive and afraid, masking its fear and its solitude behind a cynical and sophisticated exterior? He forgot his own loneliness in conjecture. Walls, walls again. Why was it that people sat eternally repeating platitudes when they wanted to thrust through to the pulsing realities? And he perhaps too, this one I have disliked, is wanting to break the wall and dissolve the barrier. The fire died down at last. The room seemed to grow as the light flickered and faded. Its black walls dimmed and receded. The white statuette of the Greek boy stood alone, white with an almost phosphorescent whiteness, in the gathering darkness, glowing against and through it. They had been for a long time silent. David rose then from the cushion where he had been sitting cross-legged by the fire. He stood for a moment before the hearth, his head thrown back. Kurt could not see his hands, but he knew from the rigidness of his position that they were clenched before him. It was a pose he recognized. He was almost sure now, if only he were brave enough. And then David turned. Kurt could not see his face, but his voice was one he did not know. Its languorous correctness was gone. It was half stifled, as if by fright. He came to the couch where Kurt lay, and was silhouetted against the uncertain flicker that filled the room. Then he dropped down beside him, and his hand, touching Kurt's, closed over it. Something in Kurt went rigid with resistance. He would draw his hand away. All the malice he had felt rising towards David during the past few weeks surged up in him coldly. But strangely, he did not stir. Kurt Gray, Kurt Gray. The voice came huskily. I'm afraid as hell. I must say this or I'll die. I've wanted to so long, thought it over and over and over, known just what I would say and how I'd say it. And now that you're really here as I've pictured you so often, it won't come. You see, Kurt, after I've said it, you may hate me always, but I must say it. I must. I love you, Kurt. Oh God, how I love you. Kurt's throat constricted. A coldness pressed like metal against the back of his neck. What was this? What was this? Oh, Kurt, please don't hate me, please. I've waited so long, fearing you wouldn't understand, trying to find out the words to make you understand, trying to learn from Derry if you would, and I couldn't be sure. I've had to take this chance at last. Kurt could feel his tenseness, like a leaping spark through the darkness. Will you tell me one thing, Kurt? Do you love Derry? His secret. Yet now he could not lie. I love him, he whispered. I thought so, Kurt. I thought so. Now I know at least you will understand what I'm feeling. Now I can say everything. There was always such fearful danger in this breaking down of walls. His own words. Breaking walls, yes. There was a chance, you see, such a great chance that you weren't like that you weren't queer. He laughed in derision at the word. And then, you see, you'd have left me and I'd have lost you. Now there's maybe a chance that I can make you like me. Kurt said nothing. His head swirled with uncertainty. This was a thing he had not foreseen. Was it possible to love two people at the same time? What was he to say? Derry's indifference. I'm going to kiss you, Kurt. The face, the eyes, drew to him out of the shadow. lips against his own, not Derry's lips. Why did he lie so still? Why was his tongue curled helplessly in his mouth? Why did he allow this? It was mad, mad. You understand now? He lay still, without answering, his arm across his eyes. He had been false to his ideal. Or had he? Nothing was certain. What can I say? There were torturing minutes of silence. There's so much to understand. You've surprised me so. I know, my dear. Oh, I don't know how to say it to you. I'm not, I guess, a person who gives himself very easily in any way. Not many people know me. That's my reputation, isn't it? So it's a shock to be taken by storm. All things with me, things that have mattered really and deeply, seem to have grown so slowly, so very slowly, and stumbled so. I can't make this seem... I felt that, Kurt. I can't expect, I know. But it's been slow with me, too. I've wanted to know you so long, so awfully long. I used to meet you on the diagonal sometimes. Derry seemed the only way. And now you know, and oh, what's the difference? It's such a damnable constraint that's put on fellows like us, Kurt. If you hadn't been one of us, you see, I'd have lost you. You would have despised me, even laughed at me. And there's nothing so bitter, so utterly cruel on God's earth as the intolerance people have of this sort of thing. Why, they are so damned smug. I hate them all. They think we are scum, some sort of decadent perverts. And I know, and you know too, Kurt, that nothing so beautiful, so filling, deserves such hate. It's unreasoning, it's beastly and hellish. The walls had disintegrated and crumpled like a dream. Here was a wall down, a mask set aside, a something real and vibrant and amazing, a language he understood. Amazement was perhaps Kurt's chief reaction, amazement at himself and at David. Was it possible that this was the suave, superior young man with whom he had dined so short a time ago, this eager, tense boy? The voice went on in the dark, about dreams, ideals, and he let it go, liking it, wondering at it, yet afraid because it upset him so, because his throat pounded and his scalp tingled with it. I love you, Kurt. I've never loved anyone as I love you. You believe me, don't you? Derry was just a wedge, a gate to you. Oh, Kurt, there's only one way I know to show you how fearfully much I love you. Dear, dear boy. Darkness. Hands, not Derry's. An arm beneath his shoulders, not Derry's. A swift and burning joy. And Derry not sharing it. A night of restlessness and fitful dreaming. A morning of promises, and at last, because he knew David wanted it so much, his proffered kiss on David's eager lips. I guess I like you a good bit, David. You'll learn. I'll teach you. Make you learn. The room by daylight seemed a gloomy place, almost oppressive. Your room is made for the night, David. David smiled at him from the tumbled couch as he went about the room, flinging back the heavy drapes and letting in the cold clarity of the day. I'd be utterly happy if time were all night, provided you were here. It's so secure and certain. The night you can make what you please. The day seems to run away from you, to be such common property. Kurt shrugged his shoulders. It's the room. Daylight wouldn't be so ominous anywhere else. You should get yourself a day room, too. One that's all light, as this is all dark. No, I'm quite contented with this. I'll just keep the curtains closed. They breakfasted on toast and jam and strong coffee drunk from Chinese bowls. You're really going to New York today. I'm supposed to see Korlov Monday morning. It's all wrong, Kurt, that I should have so little of you when I've been so long waiting for you. Kurt was silent. Maybe I'll be seeing you soon, though. No, you're coming to New York, too? I want to. Ozzy wants me to come to Philadelphia, but I want to go to New York. I always have, more or less, and now that you're to be there, I love it. He'll let me, I think. He's a pretty good sort. Kurt looked puzzled. You don't know Ozzy. He's a sort of guardian. He's been very good to me. He smiled, a little ironically, but said nothing more. Kurt walked back to the Graylings alone. In him there was a singular mixture of emotions. There was elation and guilt. He had been untrue to Derry, and to all the theorizing he had so painfully built up during the summer months. Something had happened to his carefully constructed code, or to a part of it, but in the debacle he had found a lover and a greater understanding. It flattered something in him. Derry had never given him that satisfaction. Derry was an uncertain quantity. Always, Kurt suspected, it went no deeper with him than the physical thing. Derry had never said, "I love you." He laughed a bit, and found a spinsterly summer school student staring at him curiously. It was funny now, almost, to think of Derry in the role of lover. Yet he had always wanted that so much, still did. He had let David supply the lack in a moment of pique and indifference. Was it to go on? He needed time to think it all out again, and for the moment his mind rebelled. He tried to forget it all. The heavy luxuriousness of summer was soothing. The morning sun, mottling through the elms, was warm on his back, and made pleasant patterns on the walk. Patterns that would change and thin when fall came. From day to day the change would hardly be noticed, and then at last there would be only the skeleton shadow of bare branches. A potpourri from the opera Martha. His mind veered back to the 10-cent edition he had bought at the piano store in Barton, unknown to his teacher, and worked at much more sedulously than at his scales. A bit of this air, a bit of that, clumsily bound together with arpeggios and obvious modulations. Then, at 13, its disjointedness had seemed beautiful. Now, the similar disjointedness of his thinking seemed, if not beautiful, narcotic and inoffensive. He was reluctant to bring it to order. Let it go for now. Tonight, in the sleeper, en route to New York, he would settle it all. But it would not settle itself. He left after supper, a pick-up of fare with bits of this and that left from the wedding refreshments. He stood on the steps of the Pullman, watching until the darkness and a hiss of steam drowned them all. He went into the brightly lighted car with the picture still in his mind. Mrs. Grayling waving gloomily, Derry racing along the track shouting unintelligible lunacies, David behind him, waving not at all, alarmingly correct, but with eyes that bothered him more now, he thought, that David was not there, than the night before when he had been so close. There were too many threads, and they were too tangled. What was to come? What was left behind? He lay awake for hours, it seemed, with thoughts as inchoate as the dulled thunder of the train, the occasional flashes of light as he was swept through little stations, the muffled crescendo and diminuendo of crossing signals, like cleverly played glockenspiels. The potpourri again, with a new accompaniment. David, Derry, David, Derry, love, love, David, David. End of Part 2, Chapter 4. Part 2, Chapter 5 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker. Part 2, Chapter 5. Kurt found himself plunged so deeply into his work that he had little time to formulate his reactions to the city. He had gone to a Times Square hotel, which David had recommended as being reasonable and accessible. He had spent the evening after his arrival threading his way through the crowds on Broadway and 7th Avenue. The cheapness and glitter of it sent his mind shrinking into itself. But the river of stars above his head turned to a luminous orchid with the reflected and softened glow of the street signs was strange and thrilling. He walked until he was tired, until his head buzzed with the mingled clangor of voices, of feet shuffling on cement, the grating of taxis, the rumble and screech of streetcars, the sullen subterranean thunder of the subway. It was crushing. and somewhere in this confusion he must find himself a place of quietness and aloneness. The light from a tower nearby flashed intermittent bars of lilac and vermilion on the coverlet of his hotel bed, and it made him think suddenly of that other lilac through that other window of his old room at home. As the moor hen builds her a nest in the watery sod, behold, I will build me a nest in the greatness of God. A city can do strange things to people. To Kurt it did little spiritually. It broadened him, as all new knowledge must. It taught him things about people in crowds. It taught him by observation many things he had known before only through his books. But it wedged itself, its buzzing, kaleidoscopic, uproarious self, almost not at all into him. It was as if his aloofness, his aloneness, was a round and polished surface, on which the wedge could never find entry, but was deflected and sent, tangential, touching, but never intruding, on its blind way. For he was still very much alone, and learning, he sometimes feared, to cherish his aloneness with a miserly satisfaction, to gloat a bit over the smoothness of his life. He gave it small thought for the most part. He was too busy, but sometimes he felt, without being willing to admit that he felt, his own life's oppression, and yearned for the prick of the wedge. He worked at his music as he had never worked in college, without questioning the rightness of his endeavor. His study here was the part of music he liked least, the drudgery of mechanics in composition. But he knew its necessity, and labored at it with no feeling of martyrdom. And acoustical mathematics it was, as necessary to him as conventional mathematics to an architect. He could always reassure himself, and at the same time divert himself, with a concert or with the perfectly realized scores the public library afforded him. He found himself a room far uptown. David had suggested the Village, but the Village, as he walked through it the second morning after his arrival, seemed to him even more oppressive than the 40s. The drab brick fronts, the littered streets, the garbage in the gutters repelled him. The occasional blue door or gay window or fretted gateway denoting an interior utterly belying the squalor without interested him, but he knew could not make him content. If he were like David, it might. David could live inside, but something in him demanded an outside too. So his third morning of searching took him up Riverside Drive, where the sweep of the river, with its fringing trees, was something he could look at and maybe love a little. The room he got at last was small, but it was high in a gable, and it had a window looking out across the Hudson, and he knew it would do. Here he spent most of his time. Classes and practice over, he would hurry back to it. There was usually something waiting for him there. A letter from home, from Derry, from Chloe, from David. The old ties, save David, one new one. He laughed sometimes to think how little difference place seemed to make. His whole emotional life was still bound up with these same personalities. Not present now to laugh and talk with, but nonetheless, though rather unsatisfactorily, present. From his father and mother, and from Derry, letters were transparent enough. The doings of the passing day at home, facetious comments on people he and Derry had known in college. The letters from David and from Chloe were more disturbing. David's were full of promises and protestations and threats to descend suddenly upon him and carry him off to some distant and exotic rendezvous. They were eager and hungry and rebellious, Ozzie apparently objecting to the New York idea, at the fate that kept him for an additional year in Ann Arbor. Were they a bit too facile? At any rate, they were letters such as a fictional heroine might thrill to receive, and they pleased something in him. He could, at this distance, detach himself almost completely, and regard the scene, David and himself, as an interlude on the stage, two lovers in a world apart, a fictionalized world. It influenced his replies, for his letters to David, while much less exotic and unrestrained, were almost equally literary. He thought them sincere. They were sincere, but they were cast in a literary style. The rain is cold tonight. It runs like silver down my small window. The flame under the kettle is blue in the dusk. Why aren't you here for tea, David? Or, I'm lonely. I shall walk along the river. The lights will waver in it, and on the benches, under the almost naked trees, there will still be, here and there, two or one. Two alone or one alone. And I will be lonely too. With Chloe, it was much the same. Had he been wiser in the ways of women with men, and men with women, he would have been more circumspect. For Chloe's letters, as the year grew older, became more and more personal. Though she never said so openly in her letters, Kurt could overhear in them a growing dissatisfaction with her life. He had feared it would be so. Chloe was so much a creature of moods, so elfin at times, so jealous of the beauty of life, so different from Roy. She had been for a long time almost his only audience, and certainly his chief encouragement. His songs had been sung first, or only, to her. Her sympathy he could rely on. She had urged him to continue. Her marriage, she had assured him, should make no difference. So he had continued to write to her of his work as he had previously told her of it, to scribble off the themes of his new compositions for her. They were having a hard time of it, Chloe and Roy. Roy was not well. He was listless and took little interest in his job. He was irritable, and Chloe had to work herself. First in the art department of a Detroit department store, later in the office of a private school. "I'm just home from work," she wrote. "A snowy cold day. There was no letter in the box from you, as I had hoped there might be. I want so much to talk to you again. I could almost jump a freight such afternoons as this, and come straight to New York." And Kurt would reply in the same vein. Night after night, he would sit in the small, shadowy room, writing carefully phrased letters to the other inhabitants of his small world. "I'm becoming a man of letters," he wrote to David. "It's not right. Psychologically, I'm being repressed, and God knows what, I suppose. I should go on a social spree occasionally, to be psychologically sound and normal and safe from the analysts. But I don't want to. I simply sit here and write to you and to Derry and Chloe, because you're not here to talk to. Other people don't interest me much, should they? Am I the misanthrope in modern dress?" It was to him a world removed from reality, yet perfectly real and vital to him. It was almost like the old days in Barton, playing theatre in Nobb's barn, only now he was essaying the more difficult histrionic feat of playing all the roles himself. To Derry and to Derry's family and his own, he was most matter-of-fact. He should have liked to carry his small drama over into his letters with Derry, but Derry would not play up. To David he was the absent beloved, to Chloe the romantic young artist, relying upon her for encouragement and understanding. He was, without being aware of it, dramatizing himself, and doing an admirable job of it. He went home for the holidays, and stopped off for a day and a night at the Graylings. Derry was there, bursting with delight to have him back, punning and playing the fool, as he always had done. David had been called to Philadelphia. Chloe had come home too, alone. She had little to say, but Kurt could feel her watching him, and he dreaded seeing her alone, carrying over into actuality the situation their letters had created. When Mrs. Grayling had gone to bed, however, he sent Derry away. "I want to talk to Chloe for a bit, kid. Go to bed. But don't dare go to sleep, for after I'm through with her, I shall want to talk to you the rest of the night." Derry, grumbling and complaining, and signaling behind his sister's back, did as he was told. "You want to talk to me, Kurt? Isn't that what we've been promising ourselves all these weeks?" The fire was burning dully in the grate. Kurt lay on the davenport. Chloe took a cushion and sat beside him on the floor. Her eyes were fixed on the dying fire. "Someone ought to paint you that way, Chloe." She started. "How? What?" "In silhouette, against a wall, all flecked with fire colors." "Oh, no." She stretched her arms over her head, brought them down rigidly behind her, and lay back on their support. Oh, I can't tell you what it is to be here with you again, Kurt." She shouldn't. He was afraid of what she might tell him. "You're happy, aren't you, with Roy?" She only looked at him, and then immediately back into the fire, not answering. "Kurt, why is life so strange, so wrong?" "Is it so wrong, Chloe?" She was silent then for a long time. He fancied she was crying. Suddenly, her hand brushed her eyes, and seeking gropingly for his own hand, fastened over it. "I've missed you so," she whispered, "so terribly." He drew his hand away quickly and sat up. "Chloe, please, you mustn't. You mustn't." He got up brusquely and walked to the fire. He felt himself trembling. What was this? Did she love him? He didn't love her, he knew. He liked her. He had perhaps even tried to persuade himself, when he was writing those beastly letters, that he loved her. What had they said, those letters? He must be more careful. She should never have said that. He felt her standing behind him, and stiffened. "I must, Kurt." Her voice was breathless, and the words seemed forced out of her lips against her will. I must. Why pretend that I'm happy? I'm not. I'm hating it all. Roy's a bore. He laughs at what I say and read and think. I can't talk with him. We don't speak the same tongue. Oh, it's been such a rotten mistake." He did not turn, but he knew she was behind him, rigid and tense, her mind crowded with resentments against Roy, which pushed her unresisting towards him. "Please, Chloe, I'm sorry." There seemed nothing else to say. He faced her and put his hands on her shoulders. He felt her relax and sway towards him. He held her tautly away. "Here, let's sit down now and talk about it." If it were solely that, it was unfortunate, but not utterly serious. People were finding all the time that they were mismated. He had been afraid of it. This thing did not touch him, save as a friend. If only she did not love him, or fancy so. "Tell me about it, if you care to." "It's just that I don't love him, Kurt. I wonder if I ever did. I've tried, honestly I have. Oh, it's as much my fault as his, maybe. I wouldn't have married him, I guess, if Mother hadn't been so eager that I shouldn't. I did want to get away, still do. I can't stand home any better now than then, for long. But the marriage is wrong, Kurt, all wrong and twisted. We've nothing in common. Roy hates what he calls my high-brow manner. We're the Kennicotts all over again. Maybe I'm wrong, but I can't see that it's right or moral to go on living with him, feeling as we both do." "What are you going to do about it, Chloe?" "I've done it already, Kurt. I saw a lawyer this afternoon. He said I could get a divorce pretty easily and without much fuss. I'll have to claim non-support." "Non-support? Does that seem quite square to Roy?" She looked at him questioningly before she replied. "Does it seem unfair to you? He's not supported me, you know, and since this imagined illness of his, we've had a pretty wretched time of it." "You mean he's not really ill?" "Of course he's not ill. He looks perfectly well and eats and sleeps well. You don't know his family. I don't either. They're all that way, always fancying something's the matter with them. The doctor calls it a nervous condition, very peculiar. But he has to call it something, I suppose, to collect his fees. They are enough, God knows." "You think you can't try it a bit longer, to make sure?" "Sure? My God, Kurt, I am sure. If marriages can't make two people happy, it's as wrong and as immoral as the things they put people in jail for. There is no other way out. If there were any other way at all of freeing myself, don't you suppose I'd do it? But there isn't, and I must be free. Oh, Kurt." She laid her head back, the curve of her throat like marble in the half-light, and cried silently, her fingers clutching the chair arms. What could he say or do? He walked behind her, and with his hand stroked her forehead and the sleek blackness of her hair. Don't cry, don't cry. There's such a lot in the world for you, Chloe. And he went quietly upstairs. Derry was asleep, and he undressed in the dark and crept into bed without rousing him. The scene in the room below had upset him. He was not sleepy. He tried to reassure himself. I've had no part in this. It's not my doing. Not at all my doing. Yet, back in his mind, like a festering splinter, was the thought that perhaps, all innocently, he had. End of Part 2, Chapter 5. Part 2, Chapter 6 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker, Part 2, Chapter 6. Christmas. It was not a white Christmas, and Kurt's parents bewailed the fact. It was cold, but the heavy clouds held no promise of snow. An unusual season, everyone agreed. Inside the Gray's house, everything possible had been done to make up for the unaccommodating weather. Mrs. Gray had hung wreaths of holly in the windows, and paper bells on the chandeliers. In the front bay window, just as when he was a little boy, was a Christmas tree, shining with tinsel and paper stars. On Christmas Eve, they all went to church for the big tree. Kurt saw the familiar barrenness of the place with an amused smile. He received the greetings of the people who knew him pleasantly. They were good people. Such badness as they were guilty of was unwitting. Stupidity was their greatest sin, and if you looked at the church simply as a club of some sort, stripping it of its spiritual pretenses, it was no more and no less baneful than the Oddfellows or the Eastern Star. Spirituality, what was it? He was conscious of it in himself, without conceit, and conscious of a lack of it in most of these dull-eyed faces around him. Yet they were religious, and he was not. Who has art has also religion, and who has not art, let him have religion, flashed through his mind, and made him smile at the hopelessness of ever making these people understand so simple and obvious a truth. It made him seem a conceited snob, but he knew it to be true. A group of tow-headed children, dressed in starchy white, and proudly conscious of their new shoes and ties and ribbons, were singing a whining little song about sheep and a star and a baby. He thought of Chance of the shining glasses and the steamy voice, and of his own youth, and the stormy emotions of those days. He looked curiously about him, and in the choir, here and there in the congregation, he could pick out boys and girls, as old now as he had been then. It's they. They are the ones. What are they thinking and feeling? If I were brave enough, I would know them all. Their armor isn't riveted yet. They could be saved. Saved. The words of Chance and the words of his own mind mingled strangely. Come to Jesus. Come to beauty and understanding. Let beauty come into your hearts. You boys, you girls, your young sweet souls, white bodies. Who'll come? Who'll come? All young, all beautiful, come to Jesus. Come to beauty and be saved. No, there was not enough courage in him. But I will not lose this, he promised himself. I will not ever lose this. Christmas and his brief vacation passed quickly enough. There was much to talk about for a time, much he could tell his father and mother of New York, where they had never been. Then the time began to drag a bit, and he became eager to return to his work. He had a letter from David, full of regret that they had been unable to meet during the holidays. From Chloe he heard nothing. Then 3 days after Christmas, and 4 before his departure for the East, a letter came from Detroit in a hand he did not recognize. He opened it, and the signature Roy confronted him. His heart skipped a beat, and he put the letter hurriedly into his pocket, and, at the first opportunity, went to his room. He read it, his fingers trembling. It told him briefly that Chloe had filed suit for divorce, but it told him further that when pressed for a reason, she had said, "Because I love Kurt." Roy wanted a meeting the following day in Grand Rapids. What did it mean? Why should she admit to Roy what she would not avow to him? He wished he knew Roy better. Would there be a scene? He felt singularly incompetent and weak. There was nothing for it, of course, but to meet him, as he suggested, and yet it would be difficult to manage. His mother would think it strange if he were to go away for even one day of his vacation when his stay at home was so brief. He foresaw lies and explanations and evasions, and just now he was too nervous to concoct a likely story. He hated the whole mess. He finally went downstairs. "Oh, Mother, I've a letter here from a chap, a music publisher I met once in New York. He's in Grand Rapids and wants to see me. I think, if you don't mind too much, I'd better run up first thing in the morning. I can be back by noon, and it might mean something for me." She looked her disappointment, and he hated the necessity for his untruth. But she only said, "Of course, dear. I hate to have you away even for a minute. You're here for such a dinky little while anyway, but you know best. And maybe, as you say, you ought to see him. And you can still have some of that pork pie I was planning for your dinner tomorrow." Next day, the rain that had been threatening came down in cold sheets, lashing against the panes and freezing as it fell. His mother awakened him. "It's a terrible day, Kurt. You'd better give up your trip to the city. I'm afraid you'll catch cold." He sat up, awake at once. "No, I'll go. The weather won't hurt me. But it's so cold and nasty out, dear. You mustn't go back to New York with a cold or a sore throat." Still the worrying mother. He laughed off her remonstrances. "You treat me like a little boy, Mum," he said, feeling as he said it very much like one. Putting on his slicker over his topcoat, he set out for the station. He arrived early in Grand Rapids and sat on a station bench waiting for Roy. He was overdue, but the trains were late due to the weather. Kurt was cold and miserable. He hated Roy. He hated Chloe. He hated himself for allowing this thing to even happen. The wedge. The wedge. Was this to be it at last? Was the calm progression of his life to be upset in this utterly common way? Tabloid headlines jumping out blackly from pink paper amid the tumult of Times Square flashed like shots from an erratic motion picture through his mind. Young musician in love triangle. Composer blamed for breach. Oh, it was sickening. Incredible that this should happen to him. A train came pounding to a stop under the streaming iron roof. Kurt got up and watched the cars anxiously. There he was. He swung off the last coach, which had come to a stop outside the shelter. He was without a hat and wore knickers. He arrived before Kurt breathless, shaking the rain from his coat and turning down his collar. "Hello, gee, what a day. It was sunny in Detroit early this morning, not at all like Christmas, so I came as I was." Kurt managed to say the expected things. "It was damn cold on the car. Can't we get a cup of coffee somewhere and talk as we eat? I'm froze." His teeth were chattering. He was more nervous than cold, Kurt knew, and that gave him some encouragement. They went to a station restaurant and drank in silence. "You're looking well, Roy." "Yeah? Say, where can we talk?" There was nothing for it but the waiting room. It was a sorry place, an unsympathetic place, but the rain was coming down harder than ever, and the walks, the poles, the wires were glazed with ice. They took a bench in the far corner of the room, near a pounding radiator, facing the wall, yellow and gray above the streaked wainscot. Neither spoke for a moment. Let him start, thought Kurt. He must start. What will it be? What will he have to say? "Well," Roy was hesitant. His fingers played nervously with the buttons on his coat. Gosh, I'm still cold. Well, there's just one question I've got to ask, I guess. You know what's happened between me and about her wanting a divorce, I mean. If she were free, would you marry her? No, no, Roy, I've never thought of such a thing. Liar, liar. He had, of course he had, but never seriously. Only in the world of make believe, this fictional world of his letters and Chloe's, in which they were paper men and paper women, manipulated at will, thinking in a fictionally right way, behaving always with the logic of the world of romance. But perhaps Chloe had been serious. If he could only explain all this to Roy, if he could only say, "See here, can't you understand it's dairy I love? Dairy and David?" I thought not. You see, I was just about floored when I got wind of all this. I knew we hadn't been hitting it off very well, of course, but I thought she loved me. And I love her, Kurt, I really do. And if she goes through with this, it will finish me. I haven't got much of a reputation in my field yet, so it won't help what I have got if it gets around that I'm being sued for non-support. It's that hurts me. I've not been well. I'm not now. You can see how nervous I am, and oh hell. Kurt listened without comment. Let him say it all. Well, I went out to Ann Arbor to see her right away. Mrs. Grayling met me like a thundercloud and sailed out of the room. I'll bet she listened in too, damn her. I wasn't mean, but I guess I was a little excited. I asked her if she thought she was giving me a square deal. Asked her what I've done that she didn't like. She wouldn't say anything, and wouldn't sit down or ask me to. Just stood there, white and so damn superior, while I kept on talking and asking her what was the big idea. Finally she sort of wilted and went right down on the floor in a heap. "If you must know," she said, "it's because I love Kurt." Gosh, you could have knocked me over with a feather. I guess I stammered a little. She went on then, sort of crying, said you were someone she could admire, someone who understood her, that I had never been, that she had always loved you, and you would marry her as soon as you could. Well, I just walked out after a while. Couldn't do anything else. I was pretty sure she was wrong. He seemed anxious to keep Kurt from embarrassment, and Kurt was grateful. "You've written her, I know." "Yes, of course. We've been friends a long while." "I know. But I know your sort and Chloe's better than she'll admit. You're what they call the artist type. Women fall for you. To my kind, you'll always seem just a little nutty. You'll excuse me for saying this right out. It always seemed to me a little phony, a little put on, all this highbrow stuff. And I thought I could laugh Chloe out of it and bring her down to earth. I couldn't. The more I kidded her, the worse she got. She thinks you're worth admiring, and I'm not. That's all. I sell advertising in Detroit, and you write music in New York. So you're an artist, and I'm a Babbitt. That's what she's cracked over." Kurt started to interrupt. "No, I know. You are, of course. Oh, maybe she's not been happy. Maybe I've not been pleasant all the time. But when she gets on that damn superior manner of hers, it makes me sore, and I suppose I rub it in. It seems to me like a lot of hooey. But I do love her, Gray." They could never hit it off, thought Kurt. Roy continued, "I don't know what to do. I've thought about it all the way over here this morning. If I'm right, and I'm pretty sure I am, you're the only one who can patch this thing up." "You know I'll do anything I can, Roy." "Well, I figure it this way. See if I'm not right. She's hipped on that idea of your being an artist, with ideals and everything. All right. If we could jolt her out of that, it might fix things. I mean, couldn't you write her and tell her what you're doing is just a lot of hokum? And you're just in it to fool the world into giving you a big graft. Oh, it's not true, of course. It's not true," he added hastily, sensing Kurt's instinctive shrinking at the idea. "But couldn't you do it?" "He thinks it is true. I can understand Chloe now, and Roy too. How dare he ask me that? Why doesn't he look somewhere else? Can't he see that this is as important to me as his happiness is to him? It would be sacrilege, an unspeakable betrayal." And yet he was sorry for Roy in a way. He knew in his heart that he should do this thing, yet he knew at the same time that it would never work out as Roy planned. He knew Chloe too well, and she him. "It won't work, Roy." "I think it will. She won't know I've seen you, see? That's part of the scheme. Let her think all this comes on your own. You've been thinking it over, see, and decided." It seemed an impossible request. It was smashing such an important part of his world. Yet there was a chance that it might work. Any outsider would say so, he felt. Would it? Wasn't there something deeper? If there were, could he destroy it so cold-bloodedly? Wasn't it possible that, with love or without it, Chloe's faith in him meant more to her than any relation she might have with Roy? It seemed a preposterously conceited thought, yet wasn't it possible? Still, he was sorry for them both. Should he do it? "I don't think it will work, Roy. I can't explain, for you wouldn't understand, which probably sounds exactly like what you're used to hearing from Chloe, but it's true. If you want me to write the letter, though, I'll do it. I don't know how good an actor I am." And in his own mind he added, "when it comes to abasing myself." "Good boy, Kurt. I do think it will work. If it won't, it's all up with us, and you're a good scout to do it for me, whatever happens. Oh, forget it. I'm not going to help you much, I'm afraid. I am sorry for all this, Roy." He felt a traitor to his own cause. How could Roy calmly ask such a thing of him? It would be cruel and untrue. He was glad when the announcer shouted, "Hastings, Charlotte, Lansing, Detroit, board!" and Roy disappeared on the train. He paced the platform for a half-hour, waiting for his own train, and wondering why he had been such a fool as to promise that absurd letter. He tried to phrase it, but it seemed, however he worded it, glaringly false and insincere. What will come of this? What will come of this? He was hazy about divorces and trials and the law, but he knew they sometimes involved scandal and ugliness. It would kill his mother. His head whirled with fear of what might happen, with remorse for all his innocent literary philandering, with regret at his promise, with what he should tell his father and mother of his trip to the city. Nothing was clear. He only knew that he was desperately sad and sick and leaden with unhappiness. Dinner, a little late to accommodate his train, was a torturing half-hour. What he said about his interview with the non-existent publisher he never knew. It was an effort to eat, to talk, to look at his mother. "What's wrong, son? You're not eating much. You ought to be hungry after a jaunt in weather like this." She said it in a half-dozen different ways. He praised the pork pie and tried to reassure her, knowing all the time that he was not succeeding. When his father had gone back to the store, he went up to his room, shut the door, and opened his desk. Even the paper looked accusing. He chewed the end of his pen. At last he wrote, "Dear Chloe, I've been thinking of what you told me the other night, and wondering if we all weren't fooling ourselves. What is there to all our vaunted idealism? Sounds like a 4th of July oration. Our art with a big A. I look at myself and wonder how genuine it is, and how much of it is just a veneer. A lot, I guess. It's the money I'm after. Don't dare think what you are writing. The rest doesn't matter. The bluff's the thing. And so it turns out that I'm no better than the most bumptious Rotarian. Not so good, in fact, for at least he is no pretender." He crumpled it and flung it across the room. He tried again and again, each time with the same result. If she had a scrap of intuition, she would see through any one of them as easily as through a clear window. It was no good. They didn't sound like him. They weren't him. Oh, what the hell. He took another piece of paper and wrote, "Dear Roy, I can't do it. If my failure to write the letter I promised to write puts me utterly in the wrong from your point of view, I shall have to accept it. Chloe would never in the world believe the letters I've been trying to write. They were jokes, and pretty poor ones at that. They would only cause her, and ultimately you, more unhappiness. I'm sorry. Kurt." He slammed the desk shut. As he did so, he heard his mother's voice below. "Kurt! Kurt, dear!" He couldn't go, and yet he opened his door and went quietly down, the letter in his hand. She was on the davenport, her lap full of mending. "See here, boy. What's wrong? What happened in Grand Rapids this morning?" "Nothing. Nothing." "Yes, Kurt. You've not been yourself at all since you got back. Come, sit down here." She pointed to the space beside her, moving her sewing basket. "Oh, please, Mother." "Why not?" It surged in him to be told. He felt, sitting beside her, like a little boy again, her little boy who had come home breathless and silent and afraid. "I went to Grand Rapids really, Mother, to see Roy." Mrs. Gray's hand fluttered to her throat. She was white. "Roy?" "Roy, Chloe's husband." "Yes. What's the matter, Mother?" She looked ill. "My heart, just a moment. You startled me so. What? Tell me about it, dear, please." "Chloe's going to get a divorce. You knew that. Roy says she thinks she's in love with me." His heart hammered, and suddenly his head went to her lap and he sobbed, terribly. All the uncertainty and fear came flooding out, and he didn't care and was not ashamed. Her arms covered him protectingly, and she crooned, consolingly, little boy words until he was quieter. He told her all of it, then, lying with his head against the softness of her. When he had finished, she was silent for a long time, stroking his hair. "It will all be all right, Kurt," she said at last. "Chloe shouldn't have said that, under any consideration, even if it were true. I can't forgive that. But people do uncalled for things sometimes. Once—" she hesitated. "I've never told anyone this, Kurt, not even your father, but one time, about a year after we were married, someone knocked at the door. This very old house it was. I was sewing, as I am now, in this room. It was one of our best friends. He came in, why shouldn't he? And before I knew what was happening, fell on his knees, asked me to run away with him, said he couldn't live without me. I felt very much as you do now, Kurt. I got him away somehow, told him he was being very foolish, and never to think of such a thing again. It all seems silly now, but he's still a good friend of your father's, and getting bald and fat. But such things do happen. You're good-looking, Kurt. Women are bound to like you, maybe even to run after you, so it pays to be careful, always." How strange. His mother. He tried to accept it, but it was hard to see her, in this room, puzzled as he was now, and, he reflected, much more certain of the rightness of what she did. But she was in love, and was loved, and unquestioning of either. For him, the problem was distorted in ways she could never understand. Chloe loving him, if she really did, and he loving her brother, and Derry loving only his mercuric self. A strange triangle, this. Was ever such a situation before? Someone will be brave enough to write such a thing some day, to be believed, and to escape unscathed. Not now. He kissed his mother, and went out to mail the letter. That night he wrote, "Dear Chloe, I've been thinking about you and what you told me the other night. I'm sorry it is so, but the decision is yours irrevocably, isn't it? And I'm confident you'll do the right thing. Unless I hear from you to the contrary, I shall know that you're going ahead. If you do, I'd suggest that you do not write to me again until everything is settled. It may spare you some unpleasantness, for people talk so easily. It's too bad that it is so, but it is. Doesn't this seem wise? It may be hard to be wise or prudent at such a time, and possibly my letters might bring you some cheer during these trying days. But you can forgo them, and I will forgo yours, and then, some day, they can start all over. Love, Kurt." Nothing more came from Chloe. From Roy, the day before his return to New York, came a brief note. "Dear Gray, I knew when you told me you hadn't written that I was all up. I don't blame you. I guess there was no help for it. I hate like hell to sit idle under a charge of non-support, but it seems to be the best way out now. I won't contest. Roy. When he got to his room in New York, there was a small pile of mail waiting for him, and on top a telegram. It was from Chloe, and said only, "You are right, no letters until March." End of Part 2, Chapter 6. Part 2, Chapter 7 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker, Part 2, Chapter 7. The new year brought slight change to Kurt. Study was the important thing. Korlov, the crabbed old teacher of composition, to his great surprise, presented his name for a foreign scholarship. He was doing well. His quiet zeal was winning him attention, rather tardily, but surely, just as it had in college. The bleak days of January and February went by uneventfully. March brought with it a hint of spring. Without warning, there came a day that was spring, spring unmistakably, even in this armored city. The air had in it a vague and teasing softness. People dreamed along the drive as he came home, and sat absently on the long disused and sooty benches. Work was a burden. He had left early for home, and caught an uptown bus. He let 3 pass, for he wanted one with an open top. He climbed the narrow iron spiral and swayed to the front seat. He took off his hat and stretched himself to a new receptivity. Work, everything, seemed, of a sudden, unsatisfactory and of little consequence. He was lonely. There was no one else on the bus top, and he wanted someone, anyone, to be there. He wanted Derry, he wanted David. He wondered why Chloe hadn't written, and what she would write. He swung off the bus at a convenient stop, crossed the roadway, and sauntered along the path. Got a match? The chap was young and good-looking. He looked as if he would like to walk along with him. Kurt gave him a light and walked on. He wished suddenly, inexplicably, that he had waited and walked with the boy. Maybe he was lonely too. The river, under a miraculously blue sky, was like blued metal. The melody of a Mozart sonata went like a silver chain through his head, looping and relooping its fragile loveliness through him. It carried him to his door, but the door today seemed not so much a door as a barrier that would shut him out from this new, yet perennial softness that was in the air. He hated his winter clothes. He changed them and come out again. Let the lesson go hang for once. There wasn't much light left. On the table was a letter. It was from Chloe. He had been expecting it. If all had gone well, she was free. What would she say? He ran up the stairs, got into a sweater and corduroy jacket, and with the letter still unopened in his pocket, ran out to the street. He found a park bench, and with the promised spring all about him, opened the letter. It was a quiet letter, and he was glad. There was nothing ecstatic about it. He read, "I am Chloe Grayling once more. They gave me back my old name. These 2 months have been hard ones, as you can guess. Mother has been surprisingly decent about it all, but Roy's family hasn't. They made themselves a little ridiculous at first. Later, they were openly nasty. But I didn't care much. Oh, what do I feel? As if I had waked up from a bad dream. I want more than anything else, I think, a city, a big city to lose myself in. I've a little money, not much. I didn't ask for alimony. Could I, do you think, find a job in New York somewhere? Anything, I don't care what. I need a change badly. Mother, of course, can see no reason for my leaving. I've had an offer of work in the secretary's office at the university, but you know, and she does, if she would admit it, that it's impossible. We simply don't get on well enough together, whoever's the fault may be." There was more, nothing about the two of them, save the satisfaction of being once more able to write. He swung his arms over the back of the bench and looked out across the river. A use for churches, he thought. They do improve the horizon. He grinned at the wickedness of his idea. his mind flashing back to Barton and the Epworth League meetings of years ago. To have Chloe in New York, someone he could see in the evenings or have dinner with. The idea was enticing. His mother would object, he knew, and the hint of responsibility for him that Chloe's letter contained bothered him. He tried to read it again, but it was too dark. If she does come and can't find work and goes broke, what then? What is she hoping for? She knows I can't help her with money. All the unanswerable questions of Christmas came trooping back upon him. Prudent, Prudent, you're just an old maid. She's simply a good friend, maybe your best friend, and you're afraid she's going to claim more of you than you're willing to give. Forget the practical details, this time. To the deuce with 'em. But nevertheless, his letter to her that night was not too enthusiastic. Work would be hard to find, he feared, and living dear. But he would be glad to help if he could, and it would be nice to have her there. The spring was undoubtedly early. April was saturated with it. Tunes as silver and as lilting, as gay and as sweetly sad as a troubadour's, chased and patterned through his head incessantly. And he had not the will to catch them and freeze them into black notes and bars. His prodigality amused him. April brought him the scholarship, and his joy in it was very great. A year in Europe, with scholastic requirements not too strenuous, a new land, freedom such as he had never known, a beauty, he hoped, that he had longed for and dreamed of from boyhood. He would go in June. The summer at Fontainebleau and Paris, a month or so of loafing wherever he chose, then Rome perhaps, and Munich. His head was so full of these provocative names that the present, in spite of the glamorous weather that softened and remade the whole city, seemed hardly worth noticing. And then Chloe came. She arrived almost unheralded. When he came in one afternoon, full of dreams of Fontainebleau and June, the yellow envelope was awaiting him, a swift reminder that this was America and April. Meet me Grand Central tomorrow morning, 9:17, Chloe. He was a little angry, a little afraid. He hoped she'd have money. He was a little low himself. He'd have to find a room for her at once. What would she want, he wondered? Would she be satisfied with a place such as his? What would these 2 months be like? It was not yet dark, and he went out, scanning the stone fronts of houses on the crosstown streets for rooms to let signs, trying to imagine from the noncommittal brick or stone or grated doorways what the inside might be like, and always rejecting the house as for some reason unsuitable. Finally he gave up. It would be as well to wait until she arrived. She looked not much different. She was pathetically glad to see him. They stood together in the concourse, oblivious of the milling people all about. She held up her face and looked at him, saying over and over again, "Oh, Kurt, it's so good to see you again, so good." And it was good. He was glad to see her, and he despised himself for his timidity and his worryings. She was here, and he was glad. That was enough. He squeezed her arm, and laughing, hurried her through the crush of incoming commuters and into the subway. "We'll go to my room," he shouted in her ear. As the crowd thinned, they found a seat and shouted inanities at each other, happy as two children. An old man came across the aisle and smiled at them and nodded his head benevolently. They came out into a world bright with April sunshine. "The nicest part of a subway ride is coming out, isn't it, Kurt? You're learning fast. Oh, I like this," she said as they swung over the shallow ridge of a hill and the river spread before them. The trees were faintly green, and the wind blew a colored Sunday supplement crazily, hesitantly down the street and against their feet. They both laughed at its antics, and they kicked themselves loose from it. Once in Kurt's room, Chloe took off her hat, arranged her hair, and sat down on the bed. It was strange having someone here in this room. No one had entered save himself and the cleaning woman since he took it in the fall. He felt that this was something unprecedented, dangerous. They talked for a long time, of Derry and her mother and the feeling and reactions of the past 2 months. Then he told her of his scholarship, watching her closely. "In June, Kurt, you'll be going?" "Yes, in June. Won't it be great?" "Oh, it will, it will." She sighed her pleasure. I'm so proud of you, Kurt, and so happy for you. It's what you've wanted, isn't it? And you do deserve it." It seemed genuine. His imagining had been all askew. If it were true, as Roy said, that she had said she loved me, he probably hounded her and drove her into it. He could hear Roy's monotonous voice drilling, accusing, torturing, until she might say almost anything to silence it. She had some money, he found, not much. They had lunch sitting at a counter in a gleaming drugstore and started hunting a room. She was not fussy. Price was the most important consideration. They found one that suited, not far from Kurt's own. If it's too far from whatever work you find to do, you can move after your month is up. Life changed, unbelievably. The loneliness, the monastic concentration on a single end was gone. There was the coming year to plan for. There was Chloe to talk to. Evenings were no longer blank expanses between dinner and sleep, to be filled in with minute and worrying manipulation of notes and rests and signatures. Chloe, furthermore, was in luck. She got work almost immediately in the registrar's office at Columbia. "Won't Mother rave?" she said to Kurt. "You could have done exactly the same work and got more money for it right here at home, and had no expense, and here you go trailing off to New York." And so on, ad infinitum. "But it's so marvelous to be away, Kurt, to be really free. I never have been, you know. It was Mother first, and then Roy. Most people make the break when they go away to college. They leave their families behind. But we never went away, you see, Derry and I. We just stayed. And there was no change. That's been the whole trouble, I think. Mother shrinking and hardening inside, and we growing and expanding, the two of us getting farther and farther apart. Mother fighting all the time for the widening of the breach, fighting, never seeing its necessity and never giving in. Evenings were now something to look forward to. They would meet for dinner somewhere. Sometimes they would go to a movie and sit restfully in the dark, the flicker and shift of reflected light playing over them and their quiet neighbors while the organ trembled melting sentimentalities. Then a stroll along the river, and on the steps of Chloe's house, a laughing good night and a promise for the next evening. Sometimes she would meet him at Korlov's studio in the 50s, and on a Fifth Avenue bus stop they would go to Washington Square through the glitter of a New York dusk for supper in some pseudo-bohemian restaurant, where other people from other towns, not New York, were trying to look as though they had been born to the bohemian purple. They knew it to be fake, but found in the dim lights, the candles, the gay china, the air marbled with smoke, something desirable. Then there would be a symphony concert to hear, and an exit into the din of the city again when it was over, with a new armor to withstand that din, a shining armor woven of sound against the age, an armor in which one could walk the whole night splendidly and forgetfully. Again they would dine hurriedly near the square and walk through the squirming life of the East Side, down Allen Street, under the dark thunder of the L, past windows crowded with pink and blue quilts and shining brass pots and candlesticks for people from uptown to exclaim over. Or, when it rained, they would go sit in Kurt's room while the water rushed and pounded on the gable and gurgled down the trough with a soft insistence. Chloe was good company, his friend, his sweetheart? He fancied so sometimes, though no word of it passed between them. And always at the thought, the image of Derry or of David rose, forcing the thought from him, and he knew where his love lay. She was so like Derry, and yet so different. He fancied in her eyes sometimes a hunger that frightened him and set him to wondering. He was 22, and so far, as girls went, ignorant as a child. Something in him told him to experiment and find out for himself. What if you were all wrong in your fine idealizing, it said. You're afraid, that's all. He felt the hunger growing in Chloe. She had been married. Her knowledge frightened him. He had seen the look in the eyes of girls along the drive in the April twilights, and because it hinted of mysteries into which he was uninitiated, it embarrassed him invariably and sent him hurrying on with lowered eyes. He had seen the same look in David's eyes, but that he now understood and could cope with. He looked about him in the streets and was ashamed. He seemed sometimes to be surrounded by boys younger than himself, who were years older in experience. He almost hated his parents at such times for not letting him dance, for not making him want girls. Or was he really incapable of loving a girl? Was he really different? Really one of the beings he read about so zealously? He was, of course. It had all been decided, and the ground fought over 1,000 times. Yet some increment of uncertainty made him torture himself still with analysis. He could never tell Chloe, of course. How was he to make her understand? It was a threatening afternoon. Low clouds, like dark wool, hung almost to the treetops, and the air was oppressive with the promise of rain. They had supper, and were walking towards the river when the rain broke in great spattering drops on the pavement. They ran the last block and arrived in Kurt's room wet and laughing and breathless. "You'll have to get dry. It'll probably stop soon." He gave her his dressing gown and a pair of slippers. She spread her clothes on the cold radiator, and propping the pillows behind her, lay back on the bed. His desk lamp sent oblique shadows up the sloping panes and angles of the ceiling, and made a broken half-light in the room. "I'm glad you let me take care of you once in a while, Chloe. It makes me feel responsible and almost grown up." "Grown up?" she laughed. "You silly boy. You know ever so much more than I, and I believe you're quite aware of it. You're fishing." He shrugged his shoulders. "In books, maybe. In lots of ways. You sense things. You overhear things. You're bigger than you know. You say that because you are a poor deluded creature, Chloe." And he smiled at her. "Your slipper's coming off. You will die insisting that I'm an artist. If I ever have a biography written of my funny life, I shall certainly want you to do it." "Don't say that, Kurt. You're the real thing, or will be. Maybe I'm not a very good critic for you, but I won't have you say that. There, you see, illogical lady. In one breath you say I'm wise, in the next you say I don't know myself. And to know oneself, platonically speaking, is the very essence of wisdom. Knowing as I know, however, isn't everything. Experiencing counts too. At least the wise men say it does, and I've experienced very little. I've never even been desperately ill since I was a baby, and that doesn't count because I don't remember it. I've never been hurt except in little annoying ways. I almost wish I could be sometime." She was silent, looking at him curiously. Then she said slowly, "And do you think that my marriage has given me an experience you haven't had, perhaps need?" She had come to the point brutally. He would have preferred not to say it, to play with the idea, but not to admit it. How should he answer? He was afraid, again afraid of those direct confessions, these turnings of his feelings and his thoughts inside out, particularly to a woman. "Perhaps that. It wasn't a beautiful experience, Kurt. It should have been, too, since it was my first. But I didn't love Roy ever. I think, though I told myself I did, and did my best to pretend. What was in her eyes? She could teach him if she would, and if he dared. But did he really want to know? Come here, Kurt." He went to the bed, and she took his hands in hers, and looked at him searchingly. "Sit here." He sat beside her. "I'm going to do something for you." She seemed suddenly old and wise, and he incredibly young and inexperienced. Her hands clasped behind his head, and she drew him down over her until their lips met. Her breasts were warm and soft against him, and her lips hot and moist, too hot, too moist. They fastened upon his own, and something in him went cold and rigid. What was this? A kiss? This shame? This burning shame? Would it never end? The world was one red, endless turning. It whirled days and eons away, and still the lips held him, until it seemed his lips and these other lips were grown obscenely together, and to tear them apart, flesh must be torn from bleeding flesh. When it was over, he walked blindly to the window and pressed his burning face against the pane that streamed with rain. He wanted to cry. He wanted to disappear forever. Yet she had done it for him. That was a part of knowledge. He felt old again, but no happier. Chloe lay still a moment, then rose, slipped on her dress, pressed his hand in passing, and was gone. What did she think of him now? He could have possessed her completely, and he had felt only helpless dismay and a shriveling disgust. This was nature, raw and living. He did not want it. He walked to the mirror and stared at his image. Kurt Gray, what are you? What will all this mean to you? Years are going on and on. Derry will marry sometime, you know. David, dare you count on David? Oh, what does one do when one gets older? Kurt put on his slicker and walked in the rain, aimlessly, steadily, until he was too tired to walk farther. Then he went dully to bed. There was a reticence between them now. Chloe's hunger was unappeased. His own, or the one he had suspected might lurk in him somewhere, undiscovered, did not exist. They walked and talked as before, but something like an invisible wall had come between them. May was going, and on June 8th he was to sail. The news of his scholarship had brought him many letters, congratulatory, sad, envious. His mother and father were proud of him, but not quite reconciled to his going so far away. His mother's letter made him sorry for her, but glad for his independence. They did not feel they could come to New York to see him off, and it was this that hurt his mother most. It hurt him, too, but he steeled himself and wrote her pleasant cajoleries and gay expectancies of the summer and the coming year, and promises of the fine things he would bring back to her. Derry was graduating, and Mrs. Grayling, with an unexpected generosity, had promised him $100. He was going to use it to come to New York and see Kurt off, and visit his sister, and, if all went well, perhaps to stay. David was coming too, to spend the summer in Woodstock, sketching. His letters were still ecstatic, still counting the hours till I see you letters. If it had not been for Chloe, his happiness would have been complete. He had failed there, and he could not learn what she thought of his failure. There was no stiffening of the will that could drive him to success there. He felt reproach in her look, in the touch of her fingers on his sleeve, although nothing further was said. He was to sail Saturday. Derry and David were coming on Friday morning. Thursday he finished the last details of tickets and passport and visa and packing. Friday should be a gala day. Thursday evening it was warm, uncomfortably so. The air was still and humid, and above the city the stars were brilliant in a flannel sky. He took Chloe to dinner in the village. They smoked and talked, and finally took a bus as far as Central Park, where they joined the other loiterers who strolled aimlessly up and down the gravelled paths. They found a deserted bench beside a pool that reflected the stars and was recurrently sheened blue and crimson, blue and crimson, blue and crimson, as a great electric sign across the park flashed against the sky. 100, 1,000, an endless number of benches here, in every city of the world, holding each two lovers. We might be any of these lovers, he thought, as Chloe leaned her cheek against his shoulder. But how strange, how at odds they were with this universal mating. Something in him yearned to mix itself in this democracy of love. Why couldn't he, like that young chap in the white trousers, like the sailor who had just passed, take his girl in his arms and make the universal pledge? Of all young men in this early summer night, he alone seemed discordant and perverse. They said nothing. Slow feet scuffled near them sometimes, and the pool flashed blue and crimson, blue and crimson. Suddenly her hand was holding his. It was cold, and his own hand fastened over it, protectingly. Kurt, dear. Her voice was tense and frightened. I'm afraid I love you. He stood up quickly, his fists clenched. Then he turned and put his hands on her shoulders. He looked into her shadowed eyes. Chloe, I was afraid of that too. You mean you don't love me? No, I don't know what I mean. Only you mustn't, Chloe. I'm not worth it. Dear, don't ever say that. You're worth all I can give you, and more than I can give you. She was longing, he knew, for his embrace, his kiss, his endearments. It was beastly that she should have to play the lover. He couldn't play up. It wouldn't be fair. He sat down again, miserably. I can't, Chloe, ever. She turned, frightened. What do you mean? I only mean. Oh, Chloe, please don't let's say any more about this. Kurt, you're frightening me. You're hurting me. What is it? How should he say it? Shame burned through him like acid. You read a book of mine not long ago, Chloe. It was called Love's Coming of Age. Do you remember? Yes, but do you remember a chapter about. She broke in, almost hysterically. No, no, oh no, not that. You aren't that, Kurt. You aren't that. Tell me you aren't. She twisted her fingers in his coat. I'm afraid I am, dear. Sobbing, her head dropped to the back of the bench. He leaned over her, trembling, uncertain. Don't, Chloe. Chloe, Chloe, dear, don't. I like you awfully much. You had to know it sometime. It wouldn't have been fair or kind any other way. Don't cry so, Chloe. Please don't. He sat, half facing her, and drew her head against his body. Listen, dear, you told me once, Chloe, that I was the best friend you had in the world. I'll tell you the same. You're the best friend I have, the best. And such a friendship is worth having, isn't it? Isn't it finer, maybe rarer than the other thing? Such a strange mix-up, such a queer lopsided triangle. Yet the lines are all straight and perfect in their way. I've loved Derry for years. He doesn't love me much, if at all. You love me. Three relations, different, right, wrong, who knows? Don't let it mean unhappiness for you, Chloe. I'm sorry I told you so bluntly. I didn't know how else. If I hadn't liked you and known you so well, I would never have dared. But I knew what you were hoping, or thought I did, and I couldn't let you go on hoping so. Her voice came to him, muffled yet familiar. It's all right, Kurt. All right. I don't quite understand yet, but I'll try. It's all right, friend Kurt. Let's walk. We'll feel better. They stood up, and he kissed her forehead tenderly. Kurt, oh, Kurt. Leaning on his arm, she seemed suddenly happy, transfigured with happiness. This may be the thing that's ours exclusively, yours and mine. All these others, she gestured vaguely in the dark, all these other twos go on in the old way. We'll go on in the new way, and build, oh, who knows what. And arm in arm, like two lovers, Kurt thought ironically, they walked home. His feelings after he was alone, and indeed all next day, even after Derry and David had come, were mingled. He was glad Chloe had taken it so sensibly. It had given her, it seemed, after the first shock, a deep, almost mystic elation. Here was to be a unique, a spiritual friendship. The ideal was his own, but it failed to make him happy. He had given a part of himself, his secret, inviolate self, to another. All the following day, David's eyes were on him, David's too knowing eyes. It was a day for laughing and foolishness. Arm in arm, four abreast, they had swung down the avenue, making jokes of everything they saw. They lunched in the village, they took a subway to Coney Island, and tiring of the Blair, back again. They went to a musical show. At the end of the evening, they left Chloe at her house and returned to the hotel. Kurt had given up his room the day before and taken one here adjoining that occupied by Derry and David. They both came in, and all three sprawled crosswise on his bed, quiet and tired. David, after a few minutes, turned out the light, released the shade to the top of the window, and lay down again close beside Kurt. The room was high above the street, and the city sound came to them muffled and distant, a low cacophonous counterpoint to their thinking. A boat moaned four deep notes, and they all looked up and smiled in the uncertain light. Won't be long now, said Derry, giving Kurt a poke in the ribs. Kurt and David smoked silently, their eyes in the summer sky, luminous through the window squares. David turned at last, took his hand, and spoke slowly. He spoke of many things, and to Kurt he seemed wise and experienced, darkness concealing what he could never help mistrusting, if ever so slightly. He spoke of a cathedral dim with incense, trembling with music, to which young men such as they came to worship. Some were priests in the temple, Others were urchins defiling its beauty. These three, David and Derry and Kurt, should be a priestly trinity. What they felt for each other was high and fine and worthy. No one outside the cathedral could understand this. They would sneer and perhaps even persecute, but the faith in the rightness of their strange creed must stand, shining and perfect. He took Derry's hand, too, reaching across Kurt, and joined all three on Kurt's breast. The three of us, always, priests in the temple, shall it be so? Kurt was strangely elevated. Here was his own ideal, the one he had groped for so long, with such struggle, told him again in a prose poem whose symbolism came like a fine and subtle vindication of his own thinking. The night, the street sounds, the curious sense it gave him of being set apart in the midst of a multitude, three human beings bound by one desire, by one splendid ideal, swept him on to a fine and rapturous approval too deep for discussion. "You've said it so beautifully, David," was all he could say, and he kissed him. He would have kissed Derry too, but Derry, somewhat disappointingly, had fallen asleep. Kurt and David lay there then, talking softly of the coming year, making promises for the future, a life together somewhere, the three of them, which should be the ideal realized, the cathedral glorified, the service newly consecrated. It seemed only fair to tell David of Chloe. "Chloe understands all this, David." He seemed frightened. "You mean you told her?" "Yes, I told her." You were very brave, or very foolish." "Perhaps." "No, I don't think so. I know her better than you, David, better possibly than anyone else on earth, and I know she can understand." "No woman, Kurt," began David. "But she's different. You must believe me, she is. You must believe me. You'll understand how it came about some day." The towers against the sky were becoming blacker as the sky paled and brightened, and turned to dull ash, to rose, to amber. "You'll be tired, Kurt, for your trip." "Oh, what difference?" Kurt said softly. "It all has to be a new adventure, David. For you, for Derry, for me, for Chloe too. What better time to start a new adventure? Only please remember, and make Derry remember, that I'm alone. You two will have each other. I will only have the ideal. It's high enough and fine enough to carry me through, if you both will help me. Will you?" And not long thereafter, as the great boat swung out into the river, amidst the thicket of waving arms on the pier, he could see the three of them, standing together, with Chloe's red scarf floating above their heads. A little woman in front of him stood on tiptoe and sang in a strained and excited voice, "Sailing, sailing, over the bounding main," interrupting herself with little exclamations of, "There he is! I can see him! Goodbye, goodbye!" All this world of departing humans gliding away from the greater world of staying humans with so little effort. His throat was tight, and he waved as frantically as anyone else, perfectly aware that none of the three could see him. The people became puppets, the puppets a blur, with a tiny, wavering spot of red that was Chloe's scarf, and under it, Derry, joking probably, Chloe exalted, yet ready to cry, and David with the disturbing eyes that seemed always to follow him. He felt curiously superior to the waving people on the deck as he pushed through them and sought his stateroom. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Part 3, Chapter 1 of Betterangel by Richard Meeker. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Betterangel by Richard Meeker. Part 3, Chapter 1. He had stumbled on Saverne and the studio. A week in Nice, with the usual trips to Cannes and Antibes, to Grasse, to Monte Carlo over the Grand Corniche. A week of pleasantly lonely evenings spent in threading the narrow streets of the old town, of strolling along the promenade while the sea sucked and thundered in the soft darkness. a week of the Nice of between seasons, with its crowds of stolid, tweed-clad Germans taking advantage of the reduced rates, its shop fronts half latticed behind the ladders of painters and window cleaners, its general air of a busy housewife preparing for important company, and willing, in the meantime, to be rude to the casual visitor. A week was quite enough. On the last day of his stay, with accommodations already arranged for his departure to Italy, Kurt went wandering again. Saverne, seen from the motor road to Cannes as a steep hill bristling with lurching tinted houses, had piqued his curiosity before, but always when he saw it, he had been en route to something that seemed more important. Today he took the bus to the market at its foot, and started climbing its narrow cobbled main street. The climb was surprisingly arduous. Halfway up he dropped willingly to a clean-swept doorstep to rest. On up the hill and around the bend the houses continued, leaning on each other for support. Cubicle houses and narrow houses, with walls of cream and ecru, of palest blue and peach and apricot, walls baked to a pastel harmony by the brilliance of the sun, walls pierced with small windows and studded doors, and enlivened with pots of geraniums and wash lines gay with starlets and yellows, hanging like limp, eccentric banners in the heat. An old woman, with black shawl pulled tightly over her head, and blue skirt making skirls of dust on the cobbles, clattered carefully down the decline in her wooden sabots. He could have shouted. He continued on up the street, which, with all its divergences, was singularly reminiscent of the great general store across the river in Barton. He passed the church with its massive cracked walls, its deeply recessed windows, and its chalk-defaced door. He passed 3 entrancingly narrow street entrances that beckoned down the circuitous narrow ways, arched and buttressed now and again, until it seemed the whole small town, like a set of carefully balanced dominoes, might depend for its stability on that or any one of its members. A town of surprising light and shade. He passed 2 painters, American, obviously, at work, the legs of their easels forced into extravagant angles by the sloping of the street, their canvas stools precariously atilt. At last the summit, and the walls of the chateau, ponderous and forbidding, with its battlemented top and great ramp which led up to its heavy carven doors. Yet from the inner court a pepper tree waved a green denial to all this grim exterior, and a mimosa trailed its grace over the broken wall. Beyond the triangular Place du Chateau, the street seemed to end in a blue door, but as he crossed he saw a passageway, almost incredibly narrow, angling off to either side down a sharp incline along the 2 walls of the house with the enviable door. He took the right turn and gasped at the expanse of blue that rushed up at him, the blue of the maritime Alps, like a floating cloud, distant and misted, the blue of the glittering Mediterranean, the blue of the whole arching sky, a blue world washed in gold. He turned again, and against the yellow wall read, "Studio for rent." He seemed to know that this was for him. He turned back and knocked at the blue door. The house echoed emptily. He was about to turn away, when a voice from somewhere beyond the wall shouted, "Come around to the garden gate, around here to the left." He was met at the gate by a stocky man with a heavy face and a short neck and a head of very black and very curly hair, closely cut. He was dressed in a flaming orange shirt, smeared with paint, and a tattered pair of canvas trousers. "Hello, come in. You saw my sign." "Yes, I'm interested." "Oh." His look was hard to interpret. The garden they were in was irregularly triangular, sloping sharply down and away from the houses, with the blue door in a series of terraces, the whole confined by whole walls of stucco, weathered warmly mellow, running down to the point of the triangle where they were interrupted by a smaller stucco building with a roof of orange tile. My name's Reuben, Leo Reuben. You've probably heard of me." "I'm afraid not." "No? I paint, at any rate. That's the studio there." He pointed to the small building at the base of the garden. "Paint in the house. There's a good north light in the studio, you see, and there are two living rooms underneath that I've no use for. Come along if you'd like to see 'em." Kurt followed the broad back down a gravelled path, 6 stone steps, through yet another blue door, into a little square room, bright with blue and yellow. The floor was of red tile, the walls plaster, but the crude furniture, the shelves, the dishes, even the tiles of the charcoal oven which jutted out from one corner of the room, were blue and yellow, as if some part of the world outside had been distilled in the pigment of their coloring. Two tiny windows with blue shutters, painted crudely with the heads of saints, looked out on the Alps. The other room, yet smaller, held only an iron cot, a wooden chair, and a heavy chest. He took possession next day. His first week in Severn approached perfection, it seemed to Kurt. There was some loneliness, to be sure, but there was a quietness, a rightness about this new and unforeseen life that was deeply gratifying. He brought forth his oldest clothes and bought a pair of canvas sandals to wear on his bare feet. He discovered the joy a fire of pine cones might bring to an evening, and the speed with which an omelette may be burnt over a charcoal blaze. The piano he had had sent out from Nice was ornate with licorice-colored wood and brass candle holders, but it was not a bad instrument, and the tunes he played on it were gay ones. The hills all about were covered with twisting paths. There were no fences, and walking was a joy. There was a gorge, dark with craggy rocks and murmurous with its tiny torrent not far away. There were other towns within the scope of an afternoon's walk, where, when the day began to chill, one could get great bowls of steaming tea, and Provence honey in blue jars, with little toasted buns to spread it on. There were closed gardens, where oranges glittered among glossy leaves, and walls were more provocative than protective. There were nights when the stars were so bright that the sleeping town glowed dimly in their light. Then his steps would echo alarmingly in the quiet streets, and he would walk quickly, a little guiltily, at this unseasonable hour of 10, when all good citizens were snoring in the darkness, until he came to the quieter path of clay and pebbles that led through gorse and ground pine to a hilltop where one could see the town, a pale silhouette against the dark sweep of the sea, and the far glow of lights from Nice, and, to the right, the smaller constellation that was Antibes, and the ever-repetitive questioning of the lighthouse on the cap. What occupied his mind on these golden days he would have been hard put to tell. The summer at Fontainebleau, pleasant as it had been in many respects, with its new friendships, its quaint environs, its almost nightly excursions on foot or bicycle through the clean shadows of Les Forêts, with suppers of coarse bread and cheese and strawberries, and Bordeaux at Barbizon or Corbeil. The summer had been tiring, too. The slight but certain feeling of obligation his scholarship imposed on him had made him, perhaps, more industrious and more conscientious than many of his fellow students. And now, with 2 months of loafing ahead, he was glad simply to live, like some young and irresponsible animal, in the glory of this new place, to bring himself into a sympathetic kinship with it. He thought of his work very little. There was in him a quiet consciousness that the source, the spring of his inspiration, was there, ready to his touch when he should want it. He thought often of New York and the small triangular world within it that was his. From Darian David he heard often. There were only assurances, these from David, of the continuance of the ideal, of the sacredness of it, the certainty of its rightness and its durability. He himself had slight need of such assurance, for the ideal had dominated him with an ascetic persistence since their parting in New York. So fervent was it that he hardly thought of his body at all. Its hungers were fed by a white flame, appeased and nourished and whipped to lethargy by the stark beauty of the ideal. From Chloe he rarely heard, and he regretted her silence. The shock she had sustained at their parting must have been, he now realized, greater than he knew, and he wondered at his daring on that distant night. She had seemed to emerge from it, but as he remembered those last few hours with her in June, he had misgivings. She was so strongly a creature of moods, it seemed scarcely credible that the strange reversal of emotion she had displayed that night could have deepened and endured to conviction and acceptance. Then came rain, unprecedented rain. For a week the windows streamed with it, the garden ran with muddy rivulets, the hills were obscured behind the sliding thunderous curtain of silver, all day, all night, the soft thunder of rain. There was nothing to do but sit inside and wait for it to stop. The fire helped to dispel some of the dampness, but Kurt's depression it could not dispel. Day after day, night after night, the downpour continued. It was hard to work even, for into the music the insistent and monotonous drum of the rain would force itself. He wrote a song. I have been prisoned with bars that keep more rigorously the stars from shining through my window pane, that steal November's leaden rain. It started so, but he gave it up in disgust. And then came a letter from Chloe. It was surprisingly thin. It read, Dear Kurt, I can be quiet no longer. I'm pretty certain you won't know how utterly you are being fooled. Derry, as I don't believe you are aware, is living with David. They have a studio in the village, God knows what for. They seem, or at least David does, to be happy. As to Derry, I'm doubtful. David fits into the picture. He is artificial and weak. Derry, as you know, has very little mind of his own when it comes to relationships such as these. He's carried away with the glamour of this one. They are surrounded by pretty boys, and the whole thing sickens me. As to Derry, I give him up. He's a fool, and he'll get over it in time. But you, Kurt, I like you too well to see you deluded, and I'm pretty sure you are wrong in what you told me the night before you sailed. David has nothing to offer you but a spineless sort of idealism, and you have too much of worth, Kurt, to allow him or anyone like him to dissipate it. I seldom see them, as I won't go down any more. David has money, from some source. Derry has a job, though how he keeps it I don't know. David is supposed to be taking graduate courses at NYU, but he seems to be neglecting them sadly. Hints that he is writing. You are such an incurable idealist, Kurt. Don't let an inferior ideal possess you. He read the letter again and let it slip to the floor between his knees. Half thoughts swirled uncertainly in the aching emptiness, and the rain thundered on the tiles, it gurgled in the eaves. He put on his jacket and went out into it, bareheaded. The hills were gone, the sea was gone. There were only the rough cobbled streets, streaming with water, and the grey walls hedging him in. He walked till he was shivering before he came dumbly back to his own door. His fire was out, and he was too miserable to notice his discomfort, too upset to consider how much of what Chloe wrote might be false. He was conscious only that his carefully schemed world, so strange, and yet so simple and perfect, and to him transparent, like the fragile creation of some skilful glass-blower, had shattered. His faith that had kept him aloof and assured through these lonely months was dissipated. He could have laughed had he not been too choked with despair, the despair of disillusion. Fool, 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 beat and echoed emptily in him. It was then that the unforeseen, the coincidence that makes life often seem so fictional and fiction so living, occurred. The postman brought a telegram. It was from London, and 2 days overdue. It read, Arriving Nice Wednesday, train blue, may stay some time. How about Severn? Can you meet me? Tony. Tony McGarren. He looked at the telegram again, and realized with a start that this was the day. His watch told him that he had but half an hour to catch the bus to Nice, and he must meet Tony. He He threw on his coat and slipped and clattered down the Rue Piolet. He was just in time. He hardly knew what he felt. Tony McGarren! He knew he would be glad of Tony's company, but Chloe's letter, above all else, rang in his ears. Tony he had hardly expected to see again. On the boat coming over he had first seen him. A slender, golden young man with light hair, very wide blue eyes, and a sensitive, thin-lipped mouth whose smile was a delight. On shipboard he was everywhere, knew everyone, and yet he was not too bumptiously self-assertive. He knew everyone, that is, save Kurt, who sat in his deck chair with a book and looked on. Kurt fancied sometimes, at dinner, on deck, that this young man, whose name he did not know, and whose very genuine popularity faintly irritated him, was watching him curiously. And his indifference became more noticeable. The last night out he was on the foredeck. It was a brilliant night, with a great low moon and a smooth sea. In the morning they would be in France, and at noon in Southampton. The dull vibration of the ship's motors slowed, and a far small light to the left, flashing in yellow deliberation, was England. He stood, bareheaded, for a long time, the soft wind folding in around him, until the strolling couples had all gone and he was alone. Then, of a sudden, he was not alone. "Hello! Oh, hello! Grand night! Isn't it? I don't think I've met you. I've noticed you so often. You seemed, if you'll pardon my saying so, so well worth knowing. You're Kurt Gray, aren't you? I'm Tony McGarren." He looked at Kurt, smiling. Kurt regarded him curiously, shyly. He too was bareheaded. Over his dark coat a white scarf was wrapped like a stock around his throat. In the moonlight, the wind whipping his light hair and his head, he was Byronic, like the pictured hero of some Victorian romance. He went on. "You must have thought me an awful ass on this trip, stewing around all day and all night with everyone. You were so quiet yourself. I wish I knew how you do it. I don't seem able to help myself. I always do the same thing. I know everyone and have no friends." He laughed ruefully. And so the conversation began, and at last developed into a mutual recital, as such conversations are likely to do. On Kurt's part, because in this new acquaintance there was a magnetic urgency he found it hard to withstand. On Tony's, because, as he said, he couldn't help it. "I'm a conversational exhibitionist," was his own appraisal. He was an actor, and he was going to London to appear in a Philip Barry play. He was 21. His father had been Scotch, his mother Milanese. He had been born in Brussels, educated in Edinburgh, and later at an exclusive private school in Connecticut, and for a short time at Amherst. He had run away from college in his freshman year and managed to get on the stage in New York, where he had met with some success. And now here he was, with an aura of adventure about him so different from Kurt's quiet background that there was in Kurt an immediate and perhaps slightly envious sympathy for this quixotic young man. They had leaned against the rail, talking until the first pale rays of dawn showed the dove-gray hills, and Cherbourg standing against them, dim and aqueous. Later in the week they had met again in London. This, in the brief stay Kurt allowed himself there, before going on to Paris and Fontainebleau. Kurt had seen the play and found Tony to be a surprisingly capable and attractive actor. They had dined together once. Since he had been in Severn, he had had 3 highly dramatic and very brief letters, for life to Tony was a game of leapfrog from one romantic episode to another. His openness to life was a constant dare, and things happened to him. Kurt was always amused, half incredulous, and invariably surprised, because his own life in contrast so smooth and easy to trace. Don Juan and St. Francis in a single body, thought Kurt. And here, with the unpredictableness of a summer shower, was Tony coming to Severn. The train, fortunately, was late. He would have missed it otherwise. The rain had continued to fall, and every occupant of the bus, in ascending or descending, it seemed, had taken double the usual amount of time, shaking off the wetness or preparing to brave it. The sun, when Nice was at last achieved, seemed almost incredible. An omen? He hoped so as he ran for a taxi, and then, arrived at the station, he found he must still wait. He paced the platform under the dripping glass roof of the car sheds, now a glitter in the sun, and at last, with a shrill tooting and an attending and vaporous cloud of steam, the train slid to a reluctant stop. It was easy to find Tony. He descended from his carriage in an aura of correct arriving, the handsome young adventurer doing Europe. A West End topcoat was flung over his shoulders, and he was surrounded by a mound of gleaming baggage. Kurt, dodging excited Frenchmen, saw him waving an enthusiastic farewell to a dapper officer in the door of a compartment. He turned, in greeting as enthusiastic, to Kurt, as the train pulled out unnoticed, amidst their shaking of hands and furious friendliness. At last, how do we get to Severn, with all the impedimenta? There was the bus and the tram. But the dazzling trunk. I'm broke, you know. Kurt, not yet familiar with Tony's extravagances, verbal and financial, looked at the expensive luggage and tried to imagine the cost of traveling in a first-class wagonlet on the train. How about a taxi? How far is it? About 12 miles. It'd cost a fortune. But a taxi it was, and the bill of more than 100 red francs, which to Kurt seemed enormous, more than a week's rent, Tony paid without question, and his tip to the driver was munificent. It was dark before Tony was finally installed in 2 unused, hastily cleaned rooms under Reuben's house across the garden. Reuben had consented, with his usual gruff reluctance, to Tony's occupying these quarters. He muttered in his thick throat and growled his unwillingness, though all the while Kurt knew he was eager to rent. And he did his best to make Tony bargain. But Tony agreed to Reuben's first tentative suggestion, and only asked innocently, when the painter had stopped away, "Did he gyp me, do you think?" Unpacking was for Kurt a diversion and a privilege. The shining baggage was as correct within as without, a dream of sartorial perfection, and its disgorgement was accompanied by Tony's staccato recital of his trip from London. Prince Henry had been in the next compartment. Prince Henry came down to Cap Ferrat to visit the Duke of Connaught. The prince's equerry had been most friendly. It was he Tony had waved at in Nice, and Tony was full of hilarious anecdotes concerning the royal family. Kurt sat in a windowy embrasure, grinning and silent, and for the time forgetful of his trouble. They went for dinner to the small pension near the chateau where Kurt sometimes took his evening meals. The gutters still gurgled with water, and the dampness of the cobbles rose vaporous in the early dusk, broken by the light of a ripely yellow moon through torn, uncertain clouds. As Tony had been in the boat, so he was in the dining room of the pension, the immediate centre of the whole strange group, from the plump, rusty-haired lady from Dublin, who painted water-colours, to the old and somewhat torn Comte de Brise, who, it was reported, had distinguished himself by keeping the harbour at Brest swept free of mines during the war. They were all talking together before dinner was over, and the more recent events of Tony's life were known to them all. By the time the inevitable apricots arrived, it was hard to get away. They managed to at last, however, and the fire in Kurt's damp small room was pleasant. A wind, heavy with wet, flowed blackly down the street. Kurt and Tony sat, their feet propped against the tiny stove. Tony talked, of himself, of the Barry play, of the foibles of a particularly blonde and vapid heroine in English pictures, of a friend's sudden departure for New York, and the consequent offer of his house in Chelsea, of the house itself, next to the Sitwells, of the Scotch cook, of the talkie he might make, and then, "You may just as well tell me what's eating you, Kurt." Kurt's eyes lifted in surprise. "What do you mean?" Oh, come on. You know you've been, well, if you'll excuse my saying it, you've been on the verge of bursting into tears ever since I came. Rats. You can't fool me, Kurt, me boy. I'm a smart little feller who's been about. You're either in love or out of it. Which is it? You're all wrong. And Kurt hugged his secret yet more tightly within him. It shouldn't be told. It must burn itself out, bitterly, smolderingly hidden. You can't fool me, you know. I'm here to stay for a while, and if you don't tell me tonight, I'll find out tomorrow, or a day after that, or I'm not the man I think me. Kurt smiled, half-heartedly. An analysis free of charge, my specialty. You're an introvert extraordinary, and I'm an extrovert inordinately. How's that for a start? Swell, said Kurt, grinning. But how about it? I thought this was to be an analysis of me. Oh, you'll find me mixed up in it, don't worry. I'm mixed up in everything. Good Lord, Tony! It was no good even pretending at seriousness, and yet the dull pain of the morning had not lessened. Chloe's words, "I like you too well to see you deluded," were a persistent minor accompaniment to the inconsequential cadenzas of Tony's chatter. "See here," Tony's voice was insistent. "I'm really serious now. You feel rotten, and I know your kind. You'll let things eat you and gnaw you until you wear yourself out, and you come to some sort of a melancholy solution in the end, maybe. But it's such a rotten way, such an unsatisfactory way out. If you'd only get it off your chest, it would be over and done with, right?" "There's nothing wrong with me, Tony," Kurt insisted. "Oh, hell, if you're going to be stubborn." They were silent. Kurt feared, and could not tell why he feared, Tony's good night, and yet he waited yearningly to be alone in the darkness. And yet, I had a letter this morning, Tony, that was upsetting. That's all, really. I'm sorry it's made me disagreeable." "You're not disagreeable. You're unhappy. Was it from home?" "No, no." "Not money?" "No." "Then it's what I said at first." Kurt kicked open the door of the stove, and the red flicker of firelight pervaded the room. He felt Tony's eyes, searching, quizzical, amused, upon him. "Isn't it?" he insisted. "I suppose so. Oh, shan't we call it a day? I'm tired. The sun will be out tomorrow, maybe, and we can walk. I think it's the rain as much as anything." "All right, we'll do it. But don't think for a moment that you're shaking me off. I'll be hot on your trail tomorrow, and I'm a great little detective, and a great little comforter, too. You'll discover." He rose and knocked the ashes from his pipe. "Good night. Good night. Now for heaven's sake go to bed. Don't sit here and watch the fire go out. It's a romantic and insidious occupation." The next 2 days were inexplicable to Kurt. He had grown used to being alone, and Tony's presence was a novelty he could not at once adjust himself to. He had a suspicion that Tony was purposely being insistent in his companionship. Certainly he was ever present. Kurt would hear his shout in the morning, with a sleepy start, and rise to let him in, clad in silk pajamas and a crimson dressing-gown. He would be standing in the garden with a flower or two to decorate the breakfast table. He would launch immediately, and with no reticence whatever, into the narration of more tales of his own life. They were unfailingly amusing, and Kurt marveled at his frankness. He himself could hardly conceive of such shameless disrobing of the past. It made, somehow, his own secretiveness seem miserly. Yet he could not fancy himself divulging these prized, these cherished experiences to anyone. He was a miser of his emotions. Tony's talk was principally of one Joda and their mutual escapades. She was a New Yorker to the tips of her trim and efficient fingers, not beautiful, not even pretty, but smart, and with a body slim and fine and sweet and desirable, and ready, apparently, for Tony whenever he should desire it. Kurt watched Tony curiously during these recitals, aware that his own silence must make him seem either very inexperienced or very shy. At the conclusion of each anecdote, Tony would press him for confidences, but Kurt would only put him off, Whereupon Tony, with a shrug of his shoulders, would start another tale. I'm a regular Scheherazade, and you will be too, you devil, before I'm through with you. You've probably got a whole harem back in Manhattan, and sit here scoffing inwardly at my shabby loves. Isn't it true?" Kurt was embarrassed, annoyed, and angry at himself for his annoyance. He liked Tony, one couldn't help liking him, and these stories, so theatrical, seemed singularly at variance with the personality that featured so glowingly in them. Tony was vital to an unusual degree, Kurt realized, but his head was that of a dreamer, and the fineness of his nostrils, the sensitiveness of his lips and hands, belied the animal gusto of his escapades he related. At last, with a bravado sired by desperation, Kurt made the plunge. "Tony, I've never had an affair with a girl." "What?" "I mean it. I never have. So if you think you're going to lure me into confidences by these stories of yours, you're mistaken." "But Kurt, you're 23, 2 years older than I, and—" "Oh, come on. You're not half so surprised as you're pretending." "But you must have some outlet. It's not human." "Why isn't it human? We're not animals." "But we are animals. That's just it. When a boy is old enough to want a girl, it's normal that he should have her. It's animal and normal. If he doesn't, he's abnormal." "Yes?" Kurt was vaguely angry. "That's for me, I suppose. The animal ideal is the right one, of course." "Of course it is. You think you are an idealist, Kurt Gray, and you're just damn scared, that's all. I know what life is like in towns like the one you come from, prudish and petty and religious in the wrong way. I am a pagan. My parents were always queer, always out of the rut of the ordinary. They died before I was 12, both of them. There have been no anchors tied to me." Kurt was silent. There was truth in what Tony said, and yet he felt a tantalizing certainty that somewhere there was a flaw in the argument, and it irritated him that he could not find it. He could think of nothing to reply, and Tony sat regarding him quizzically. After a time he spoke. "Kurt, would you like to hear about my first love affair?" "I suppose you think I should, for my own enlightenment. Really, though, I've read the usual novels, you know. Don't be sarcastic. I'm not reprimanding you, God knows. Just what are you doing? I'm trying to find out what's wrong with you. You mean wrong with me at the moment, or wrong with me generally and permanently?" He smiled. "Both, and I've a hunch there's one answer. See here." He was suddenly serious and leaned forward. "It's not what you think. My life has been so different from yours. I'm years older than you in experience. After my mother died, there was plenty of money. For a while. I had a guardian, and I was sent to Kent school when I was 14. I was shy, too, except when I was acting, and I acted most of the time, I guess. I was 15 when they chose me to be leading lady in the school play. I loved it, and I was convincing, I think. The chap who played the hero was 16 and big for his age. He was on all the teams, and I admired him. I'd never dared really to try to know him. He wasn't in my class. But there we were, in the play. He was very bashful. The fellows kidded him unmercifully, and he wouldn't rehearse kissing me in the last act. We were both ashamed. The coach did his best, but it wasn't until the last rehearsal that he really did kiss me. You'll think me sentimental, Kurt, but that kiss was something I remember. Neither of us said a word after the rehearsal, I remember. We dressed, and because we had so much to do with the play, we were the last to leave. We went out together, I remember. We'd rehearsed in the gym, and old Pop shouted at us when we went out to latch the door and snap out the lights. Dick snapped off the lights, and we stood in the darkness, with just a square of light through the screened glass door. He came to me. I couldn't see his face, but his voice was thick and strange. "Tony," he said, "Tony, shouldn't we rehearse that again?" And then he grabbed me and kissed me over and over again. And then he shoved me away and ran through the door. He left school at the end of the term, and I never saw him again. That was my first love affair. He settled back, watching Kurt narrowly. The daring! How had he the courage to tell of this? You're shocked? No. Do I know why you're not shocked? I don't know. Do you? Kurt, though fascinated, kept his eyes on the floor. He was like a diver probing the depth of an unfamiliar pool. He leaned forward again in his chair. Of course I do. You're homosexual. Kurt sprang to his feet and strode to the door, his hand on the latch, his mind pounding with confusion. Tony said nothing. The little stove cracked furiously. At last Kurt turned again, and leaning against the door, fixed his eyes on Tony, who was smiling strangely. I don't like that word. It's highly scientific. Oh, I know that, but it makes me sound like a biological freak of some sort, to be classed with morons and cretins and paranoiacs. And that's probably just what the jolly little scientists would think about it. No, Kurt, it's not the word that hurts you. It's having your little secret dragged out into the light. I was right, wasn't I? Kurt's silence was affirmative. I'm always right. It's intuitive. We queer ones can spot our kind anywhere, any time. Be honest. On board the boat, wasn't there something between us before we ever met? I knew it, didn't you? Yes, I knew it. You've been over here how long? 4, nearly 5 months. And you haven't misbehaved even once. Kurt shook his head. He felt will-less before this barrage of questioning. All right, I've diagnosed your case. Shall I prescribe? Prescribe. Very well, Mr. Gray, I'll do so. You need 2 things, like most patients, an immediate relief and a permanent cure. So be docile. Your immediate relief is easy. I'll fix that myself. The permanent cure is another thing. For that, you'll need a mistress. Kurt felt himself pale, and a slow anger rose in him. What right had this debonair, this disconcerting youth to unmask him and criticize him and correct him? You think I'm pretty much a mess, I take it. His tone was stiff and hurt. Oh, come, don't be uppish. I'm only trying to tell you why you're so damned unhappy, and I'm right. Oh, of course you are right. Cut the sarcasm. I am right. I know your secret, don't I? Tony, I'm sorry I was angry, but I can't help it. You've got my secret, all right, but only such a skeleton of it. I know all about that, too. Well, such being the case, don't you think it's up to you to do a bit of narrating? Kurt was quiet, thinking confusedly. Why not tell? And yet why? And yet why not? And at last, with an effort, he did. But it was the fire he watched, and one of Tony's slender hands, not Tony's lips, which he feared might curl, or his eyes, which might shine with amused derision. That he did not want to see. So the story came out. His home, his boyhood, his college days, his almost accidental initiation into this strange world of strange young men. Derry, his groping for a faith to justify his desiring flesh. David, Chloe, the ironic triangle that had shattered itself on a bench in Central Park. His ideal, always his ideal, Plato and Havelock Ellis, and David's liturgical symbolism, all fused into a high credo by Kurt's own burning need for such a credo. Tony listened quietly to the stumbling end. Then he leaned forward and put his hands on Kurt's knees. Look at me, Kurt. Kurt turned his head and lifted his eyes. Half afraid of what the face might reveal, he was reassured. Listen to me, boy. I've heard I don't know how many stories from I don't know how many different fellows about this sort of thing, and how it came to be with them. They're all alike in ways, and all different, too. There's something in your story, though, that's stronger than most, because there's something in you that's stronger. You were lucky, you and Derry, to drift into the thing as you did. We're not all so fortunate. He smiled, bitterness twisting his lips. Your story is different there. It's different, too, in having a girl in it all. And it's different most of all because it's cleaner than most. And it's awfully much less promiscuous. Kurt, please don't think I've just wormed these things out of you for curiosity or to satisfy my own perversity. It's not that. Truly, it's not. I do think my prescription is right. What about Chloe? The sudden intrusion of the specific again sent Kurt's resistance rising like an icy flood. Girls are out of it, Tony. I've told you that. And I'm telling you, you don't know. You think I'm an enigma because I know both things. I had to make myself be normal, Kurt. Drive myself to. And it was hard as hell. But I did it, and I learned to like it. A woman's body, boy, is a sweet thing. But I couldn't, Kurt protested. I'm just not made that way. What do you mean you're not made that way? You're not deformed, are you? Your organs are normal, aren't they? It's mental, Kurt. All mental. Here was the old argument again. The one he had fought over so often, so futilely, and at last, he thought, to a successful finish, begun all over again. He rebelled at it, and at this disturbing creature whose mind was jousting at his own sad certainty and threatening to topple it once more to the ground. He burst forth. Oh, you know, you don't know. You don't know me, you don't realize what you're saying. Oh, yes, I do. Tony's voice was distressingly calm. I know what your ideal is. It's rather fine, but it won't work. You mean a man can't love a man? You mean I don't love Derry or David or they me? You mean you didn't love the boy in the school play? I don't mean that at all. I thought until I met you, I was disillusioned for good and all. I don't mean you've changed me much, but you've surprised me chiefly. I didn't know anyone of our kind could be so pure, so abnormally innocent, so late in life. He laughed. You say our kind. That means something, doesn't it? Of course it does. I don't say we're like the run of men. We're not, obviously. The run of men are disgusted with our sort of thing, with a disgust we can never fathom. But on the other hand, we can go them one better. We can have their kind of love, and ours too. We can love and be loved. We can make love and receive love. We can be man and woman both. And I, Tiresias, have forsuffered all, and acted on this same divan or bed. What's that? Asked Tony. It's a poem, but never mind. There's another line I don't care so much for. Oh, Tony, it all sounds well as you say it. But mine sounds well too, though not quite so glib. The trouble with you is this love business. I know what it is. It's exalting and fine for a while, and then it's a torture machine that eats the heart out of you. It's suspicion and jealousy and unhappiness. It's the bunk, and I'm through with it. How can you get through with it? Love might get through with you, I should think, but how can you get through with love? You can't. You're a deep one, Kurt, and I've a notion that this letter of yours from Chloe is the first real blow your love has had, isn't it? I suppose it is. Well, maybe there will be more. Take my word for it. I might even deliver a few myself. What do you mean? Never mind, just now. They fell into an uneasy silence. It was as if an invisible veil had drifted between them, making the harmony each desired a nebulous impossibility. Kurt accepted it glumly. Tony writhed and tried to tear it apart. Look here, Kurt. Our problems are so different. I've told you of my amours with various girls. There have been many more fellows than girls. I've been shockingly promiscuous. I've slept about rather indiscriminately, and— You wouldn't let me say that of you, Tony, Kurt interrupted. Tony smiled. Probably not, but I have, really, and— You've slept with people you didn't love? Good God, yes. That seems ugly to me. Ugly? Not at all. That's where we're so different. You imagine you must have love, whatever that may be, mooning and sighing and mental elation and despair, to justify, to consecrate the animal part of your love-making. That's the bunk. Love-making is just a jolly good game, that's all, like tennis. If I see someone I want to sleep with, for whatever reason, for what he says, or how he looks, or what he is, I do my very damnedest to arrange it. And when it's done, it doesn't mean a bit more than a game of tennis would mean. That's the way to take your love, Kurt. Take it for the moment, drop it, and forget it. Do you always forget it? Always. You're lying, Tony, and you know it. Well, perhaps. I make a pretty good job of forgetting, at any rate. And that's better than what you're doing this minute, half sick with worry and fear for someone 3,000 miles away may be doing or saying or being. What about Joda? Oh, Joda, love's all alike, Kurt. People don't think so. You know that, and I know it. We have to be on our guard every minute. It's damn funny these people who call themselves normal can't see that. I've known men who loved their dogs and their horses more than their wives, and nobody ever accused them of being queer. Oh no, they are normal, he-men, and we're perverted. And there's no difference, none at all. You love a boy just as you love a girl. It's less satisfying, but that's physical, and has nothing to do with the emotion. The emotion's the same. Kurt was silent, confused, buffeted about by this strange and perverse discourse, as by a playful wind, now in agreement, now in smoldering, inexplicable rebellion. He did not know what he thought, where he stood. He waited dumbly for this dismaying conversation to end. Chloe's letter, "I don't want to see you deluded," seemed confirmation enough of the rightness of Tony's hedonism. Yet something dark and deep cried out against it, cried out for the perfection of love, of the unfolding and consummate love that makes of each lover both slave and master, both lover and mistress, for the complete reciprocation of love that poets dream of, for the complete, full, inundating resolution of the dissonances of two personalities. Love is not love that alters when it alteration finds, came ringing to his mind. But Tony, in exasperating tangent, started reciting, with the persuasive skill of the actor, the subtly poisonous lines of Swinburne. For the crown of our life as it closes is ashes, the fruit thereof dust. No thorns go as deep as the roses, and love is more cruel than lust. Time turns the old days to derision, and loves into corpses or wives, and marriage and death and division make barren our lives. "Come here," he said. "You're going to take the cure." He took Kurt's hand and pulled him, bemused and uncertain, into the bedroom. End of part 3, chapter 1.